I didn't either. It opened.
Well, like a day like today, they missed out big time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Welcome back. It has been suggested that maybe we approve this block if we want to. That's up to the commission. If we want to do this or if we want to wait and do as we plan to do with all of account one, so that some of the folks can get going home, but it's up to the commission. What you guys want to do.
If it would help out some of our sponsors, we can do block by block. And therefore Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the director's recommendations, but I would like to pull out Lake DeSchmidt and Opal for consideration separately, but to approve the rest for the recommendations.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Seekin and seconded by somebody. Katie, you got somebody? Okay. All right. Any discussion on this motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
We don't vote on them, do we, Harry?
Mr. Chairman, no. We'll now take these recommendations and put them in the form of
Either the planning bill or the construction bill, and then that ultimately will be where Select Water
That's
can
what
work
we'll
that
look
bill.
at in December.
And that'll
Excuse
be
me.
at the December meeting.
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to just clarify, but this is our preliminary recommendations. The commission will be making their final recommendations in December. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, that is correct.
Okay, so now we will take out the Lake DeSchmidt one first. We'll handle that one first. What's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
I move that we do not approve the Lake Smith, or that we do not accept the director's recommendation on Lake Smith. I'm not convinced that we know enough about this project to agree or recommend to the legislature that we appropriate $4 million. And I'm not convinced that that Water Development Commission has the legal authority to even do that because it's so far outside of our project and the statutes.
One recommendation that came out of yesterday's workshop meeting, I believe from Senator Driscoll, is we do like a level 1 project, but this is more of a question to Select Water. What would you guys prefer to do? Because the other suggestion was a separate bill in the legislature, and I don't want to get in the way of that by doing a level 1. Senator Driscoll.
Chairman, I'd like to defer a little bit and let Harry make a little bit of a statement on it, on where it falls. He knows probably more on it. I'd prefer a separate bill myself, but I'm going to defer a little bit on Harry's expertise because I waded into this by opening a book yesterday and spent 10 minutes reading 6 pages.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me ask the question, are you contemplating a bill for the 2017 legislature that you might consider this? Or because I guess the question I have in my own mind, I've been approached that would the state be interested in buying this? That's what led to that, the whole recommendation. And if there, and I most definitely wanted to start with the commission. This is a water asset that I think the statutes most definitely say you should be involved in. Just like all of the other reservoir assets that are owned, they fall under the Water Development Commission. But I guess I'm looking for some direction. Is this an asset that you want to pursue? If the answer is no, then I can relay that back to representatives of Sasol that the state of Wyoming is not interested in pursuing this. If there is interest, then we can look at whether you want to pursue a study with regards to that, or whether, and then we can look into this with the AG's office, whether that would be a separate bill or not, as the case may be.
Senator Geis.
Well, the select water, we can sponsor the bill.
Okay.
And then we'd have to, for the phase 1 study, we may have to go to general fund. That's where we'd start at. I don't know where we'd end up with getting the money for it, but select water can do this bill in December. You get it drafted up so we know what we're looking at and what you need and then we could take that up and approve it in December, and then it'll be assigned to the joint or one of the ag committees or one of them, and they'll take it and do whatever we can with it.
So, Mr. Chairman, if the desire of the group, and I think this is a question to the commission, is that we do want to pursue this, but you don't have enough information, that leads us down a path of, say, a level 1 study, or more appropriately, a level 2 study in my mind. That definitely should be something that's sponsored by Water Development Commission as it moves forward, and that would show up in the omnibus water bill planning. If there's enough information that's been provided as part of this recommendation sheet that you just want to look at that appropriation and authorization and go a separate bill, then we can look to having that drafted for the December meeting of the Select Water Committee. I still think it's appropriate that the Water Development Commission weigh in on this. This is the state of Wyoming, and again, looking towards the future more than anything. So again, I'm looking for direction.
The commission can weigh in on it in December, or mine then, and then the select water will decide to carry it on. And then where we get the funding, we'll go from phase 1 or phase 2. You say phase 2, so I'd go with phase 2.
Mr. Chip,
Senator Driscoll first, sir.
Chairman, first, and this is me personally, without a doubt, we're interested. I think you should convey to them that without a doubt, the state has an interest. But with that interest comes a lot more due diligence than we can do on one meeting. So I think what we need to do is request to them that they put together whatever they've got for us, a package that shows what they have for assets and what they see them as. And then my suggestion would be that we do a bill that authorizes probably a committee that does it. It's not going to be a purchase deal because you don't know what you've got. I really, from my end, I'm going to let it out of the bag a little bit. I think we probably ought to be looking at buying the ranch and the coal and taking Sheridan's part. If you're serious about taking water for Wyoming, take it to the next step. Let's look at all possibilities and let's look at them wholly, because there's not a huge difference when you start looking at the obvious asset value and the potential to be able to make returns. It's probably worth a lot more as a whole apple, and that's my belief. But I think we need to look at it that way rather than getting partway into this and finding out that Sheridan can charge us O&M to $200,000 a year without much. We just don't have any figures here when we look at this. So,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
since there wasn't a second, I'm going to amend my own motion. And what I would like to do, I think we are interested in looking at this, but I don't feel like we have enough information. I would change my motion to say that we defer a decision on this until December, that we look at I know we've had at least one level 1 study on this thing. I think we need to look at that and then come up with a proposal that would say we either need a level 2 study and look at the bigger picture like Ogden is talking about. And if we could have that written up in December, then we can vote on that in our December meeting.
I'll take our.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon, seconded by Commissioner Reeser, that we defer this to our next meeting pending some.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I think what that allows us to do is for the next meeting, we're basically saying, no, we don't want to approve 4.5 million today. But for the next meeting, if you could come up with a proposal for a level 2, that might be done in-house. It's not a standard level 2, but it is being done for the commission. There's not an outside sponsor. And just some way to do that, what a budget would be. And then the question is, you might also come up with a draft of a bill that would be separate from that, saying the legislature authorizes the purchase of something with some amount in it. And I think at this point, I would be in favor of doing the level 2 and doing the actual purchase later. But maybe at that meeting, both will go forward. I think get both those options in draft form, that they can be discussed by the commission and the select committee at the next meeting. But I think that's consistent with Karen's motion. I don't think there's any conflict.
Okay, any further discussion on this?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now the Opal well improvements.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Seeking.
I know this is outside of what we normally do per the director's comments and recommendation, but I believe that water development is here for a lot of reasons, but to help communities like Opal. When we're talking about, this is like a $40 or $50 per tap assist, when we've been talking about one of these projects is almost $16,000 per tap assist. It would be hard for me to walk out this door and not help Opal in this situation. So I move that we make an exception to our criteria and our rules in this case.
Second,
I
Mr. Chairman.
second that.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Seekin, seconded by Commissioner Wagner, that we accept the Opal well improvements 2017. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, on to level 3 projects amendments. Harry?
Mr. Chairman, the first amendment is under tab M. It is the Gillette Madison Pipeline. This is the large project. Current budget, $217,600,000. Hi, Levi. And currently, this project, as it's being constructed, has been broken into 18 separate bid packages or construction projects. 15 of those are underway. 3 remain to be bid and completed. And what this request is for additional time with regards to the appropriations. So we're looking, what is recommended is a 3-year time extension from July 1st, 2017 to July 1st, 2020.
Would you like to speak, or?
Mr. Chairman, Levi Jensen, City Gillette Utilities Department again. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for the sponsor? Okay, you got off easy this time. Thank you.
He's learning how to answer.
Harry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the next one under tab MC, also a Gillette project. As I mentioned earlier this morning, this is dealing with the outlying districts and designing the connection and then ultimately constructing the connections. So last year, you approved the Gillette Regional Extensions Phase 2. That is the second group of these. Deals with 3 districts: Rock Road Improvement Service District, 8 Mile Improvement and Service District, and Stonegate Estates. What you appropriated last year was design-only funding. So the total budget there, $840,000. If you look at the recommendation sheet, the numbers that are given there, that's what was approved last year. We're ready to now move to the construction phase, and so the total additions for construction, this is total budget, would be $2,500,000, of which the 67% grant amount would be $1,675,000. And then you see the revised budget. Once you add the design and then construction, becomes total budget $3,340,000. The 67% grant total $2,237,800. So the way the bill will be structured, and this will be in the amendment form of the bill, we will strike the grant of $562,800 and replace that with a grant of $2,237,800. But the net increase is the $1,675,000. Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Canfield.
I'm curious, it didn't give any figures on how many taps there were in any of these or what we're dealing with. I just wondering how many taps, 8 Mile, Stonegate.
Page 7.
7. Here.
Oh, okay. No, that's a total taps of Gillette.
Oh.
I believe. Is there anything in there that gives any breakdown on how many taps are in those subdivisions?
Well, there was an attachment given in the package that I submitted, and I don't have that on hand in front of
I
me
guess
right
I'm
now.
just curious. As much
There's
as
going to be
anything else.
approximately 80 new taps between the 3 districts.
How many?
Approximately 80, but I would need to verify that number for certain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I could suggest, if we can we will have that information for you at your December meeting, Commissioner. And that,
May want to pull them out.
More questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bud Fallon?
Harry, can you go through and tell me how many requests we have this year for this, for Gillette and this pipeline? I mean, how much total dollars are they asking for?
so let me just, I think they're all going to show up in account 1. So a total of 3 projects that you are considering. The first one that was approved this morning was $361,800. The Gillette Madison pipeline is a time extension only, no dollars. And then this project for $1,675,000. So the total of those 2 will be approximately $2 million.
Hey, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have those numbers for the number of taps for the commissioner as well. For this particular set of projects, we have for the 8 Mile District 40 taps, for Stonegate Estate 68, and for Rock Road 8 or 6.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Canfield?
we're getting up into some really big dollars again per tap on these, aren't we?
The math to know what the dollar per tap is, but
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess through the history of the program, we fund multi-million-dollar projects for the larger communities. You could expect there's going to be a lower cost per tap. When you look then at smaller entities, the price isn't in the millions necessarily, it could be, but that price per tap goes up dramatically. And I think, as we've talked in the past, that really does support a premise of regionalization when we start trying to deal with larger bodies of taps, parties, people. If you look at a per capita cost or a per tap cost, it will come down on the larger systems, but certainly significant cost if you want to look at it on a per tap basis.
I guess to me, there's an inequity in here someplace. I'm a rancher, as a lot of us are out here. We drill our own wells, we put our own systems in. We're spending more hooking up regional systems into up here at a bigger cost per tap than most ranchers are putting into drilling their own well and doing everything. And it would seem like there would be some savings in here by going to these municipal systems or regional systems, dollar savings. We're not drilling a bunch of wells, but we're we're getting so many dollars in there. I just have a problem with it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I don't know if you're arguing for the non-regionalization approach, but that would seem
I am not.
go drill a well. But, you know, certainly in the Gillette area, Fort Union wells are how deep? 1,500?
Yeah,
Yeah.
1,500 be the deepest.
You know, if you want to look at a community with 40 taps and you start talking about drilling 40 1,500-foot deep wells, I think you're going to see those costs are truly more than what you're seeing on this regional perspective. And again, when you have clusters or higher density development, then that's when you start looking at community water systems. So I don't know that there's a good answer. It's just you will have higher cost per tap for smaller communities. That's just the reality.
Harry,
Guys.
the good side about it is you're gonna have good water. The bad side is you drill them wells. I've been out there when I was a kid, that water'd eat the pipe right off the wall. So there's your choice, whether you want to pay a little more for good water or have something that's eating the pipes off of your wall.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Canfield.
I guess part of it goes back to an interview we did in the process. And I know there's a lot of engineers in here, but an engineer himself said we're over designing these projects. We do not need to be spending this much money on them. Is it wise to look for a little better efficiency in our design possibly? I know every engineer here will probably argue that point, but I just wonder if there aren't, we're really engineering these things to maybe a higher degree than what we maybe someday will be able to afford to do.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I agree that we're over designing these. And of course, we're deferring to the design engineer that's selected by the sponsor on all level 3 projects. And they're designing it based on, I think, reasonable and prudent practices in the engineering profession. And ultimately you have EPA and DEQ looking over their shoulders, because to permit, in order to construct a water system improvement, you have to have a permit to construct from DEQ. We have a whole set of federal regulations that EPA puts forth in terms of drinking water systems. And yes, I think we're ending up with systems that have adequate quality and quantities of water. In some cases, fire protection flows, so maybe more flows than you would expect if you were just drilling your own well, certainly. So, you know, I think we're improving overall the water system and the water supply for citizens in this state.
Quit.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
So let's see, make sure I'm on the right place. Mr. Chairman, under tab
That's great.
N is the Lance Creek Well Connection project that was appropriated for construction dollars in 2013. We had previously drilled a well for them, a drinking water well, under level 2 project. It took us, in this case, we had to drill 3 wells in order to find a source of water that was of suitable quality. Arsenic and uranium are the 2 parameters that are of concern in this area. This project was to then put a pump in the well and connect that well into their system. We provided them with the standard project agreement, and in that agreement, it lists that if they sell water outside of their jurisdiction for outside of their typical use, which is potable water here, and this community does sell water to the oil and gas industry in terms of the drilling operations, and they very much want to preserve that revenue source. Well, the requirements of our program is that if you're selling water outside of that jurisdiction, first of all, 100% of the payment comes back to repay any loan that may be taken out as part of this project. And then once the loan is paid off, then those revenues are pledged to be shared between water development in a proportionate share to the grant. So 67% of that would return to to the Water Development Commission, and then they would retain the balance. They balked at that. They have not signed the project agreement. They would be interested in buying the well at 1/3 of the price, but that requirement of cost sharing remains because that selling of the well was part of that 2013 legislation. It is controlled by that same statute. And we have said, we being the office has said we would consider selling that well at 100% of our cost if you're going to use it for something else. And I don't believe we have a response from that proposal. So my request to you is that they are not moving forward with this project, that we go ahead and cancel this project. And the way it would be canceled, the most expedient way would be to change the reversion date from 2018, July 1st, 2018, to, we'll set that at July 1st, 2017, just keeping consistent closures on July 1st. They right now are up against, if they were to sign the agreement today, they're up against the clock as it is. By the time they were to retain a consultant, design the project, bid it, construct it, they're going to be pushing up against, 2018 right now. So my recommendation is that we cancel this project and change that reversion date. And I didn't ask, but is there a representative from Lance Creek here?
Questions?
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator Meyer.
you know, there's some things I don't know as far as whether or not, when they make that sale, whether they can do it net of their costs. Because it doesn't make sense to sell anything if you're selling water and it costs you $1 per unit to produce it, and you're limited to selling it at I think at the most $1.50. You're losing, 50 cents for every gallon you produce. And so I think we might have a problem in the original statute that says that it's not the net return on it, so I rather than canceling it, and if we do nothing, it just stays on the books till 18, that you give the legislative process some time to look at that, because if that's the case, there's probably a lot of areas that might want to sell some water outside or to somebody else. But for every gallon they pump or every gallon they sell, they lose money, so they don't. And so the state gets zero. They don't get anything back, and the town doesn't get anything back because maybe just a statute that was not written consistently with the reality of the economics of the situation. So I'd like to have the time to work on a legislative fix on this thing between now and 2018 and just let it stay on the books the way it is.
Cooper?
Yeah, just a way of explanation, so I kind of see if I understand this a little bit better, Mr. Chairman, with the director. Okay, so the way I understand this, that 3 wells were drilled according to the explanation here, and 2 of them are high in arsenic, so therefore they're kind of out of the question about using it. And then we got 1 good well left. So my question is this: so this is the only well that's usable, is just that 1 well that's apparently meets the EPA standards for arsenic or whatever. So if we cancel the project now and they don't buy the well, do we just cap that 3rd well, or what do we do? How does that work? You need to explain it to, because I don't understand something there.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cooper, we would have some options here in terms of the final disposition of the well. The most likely scenario here, and the one I would certainly go forward, is that it has been capped. There's a cap on it, we would make sure it's there. We'll weld it on so that that well is still there and viable for the future, for future use. It is on state land. So in the past, we have transferred those wells to the underlying landowner, or we've held on to that well into the future. And I think my thought here is we'll make sure the cap's on it, and then we'll hold it for the future. That's typically how it's handled. But we have plugged these wells because they do represent a source of contamination into the aquifer. Somebody were to dump oil down one of these wells, then you're contaminating the aquifer. So that's a risk that we'll assess. But we plug a few wells over the years that we have drilled. If I could, Mr. Chairman, if that addresses Senator Cooper's question,
I had kind of a little bit of follow-up if I could. Sorry, Harry, but Mr. Chairman, if I could, just to follow up on that.
Go ahead.
Just to before you go on a little bit. Okay, so we have this one good well that's usable, and if we can't work out a deal with these folks for them to buy the well, then nobody wins. I mean, the state loses and they lose. So I don't know about the recommendation. It sounds kind of interesting that we wouldn't at least try to negotiate with these folks or do something so that everybody gets a winner out of this. But that's
Well, you could let it go
whatever.
2018, just the way it is.
So Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
we've provided the offer to them. If you want to buy this well without conditions, then we think it's appropriate that we sell that well back at the full cost of the well. We've not had a response back from them.
Which the full cost is.
It would be $33,000. I think that's what we were.
Okay, rather than the 11,000 they're offering. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
No,
understand now. Thanks.
Brian, where are you? 33,000.
No, it's 170.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the cost of drilling the well, $33,000. The $170,000 that you see was to outfit it with a pump and then pipe that water into their community. Okay, so they've not responded, and I will tell you that's been part of the frustration that we delivered the project agreement to them in 2013. They didn't like it, and then we go through long periods of no communications. And we have had some correspondence here back and forth in the last 6 months, but they, in my opinion, have not been responsive of, our request, you're going to sign the agreement or not. And so if this project is canceled, the well is still there. If they come back a year from now or 2 years from now and say, well, we want to buy it, I think the terms remain the same. Without conditions, you're looking at the full price of that well. And I would react to them let them bring that request to us. I do have a comment to Senator Meyer with regards to the rate structures. Okay, Mr. Chairman. So there is a statute that limits a community from charging no more than, I want to say 25%, or is it 50% above the in-city rates?
5 or 50.
Yeah, and that's a statute that communities have to comply with. But in this case, we are talking about bulk water sales. And those bulk water sales are the same whether it's in the community or not. So they are not charging more for out of city versus or out of community versus in community. So that statute I don't believe is relevant here. And what we see, when the oil and gas industry was going strong a few years ago, lots of communities sell water, Douglas, Cheyenne, that I'm aware of, and those rates are typically on the order of $10 per 1,000 gallons or even more. And so it is very lucrative in terms of producing that water and selling it to them. And I think it was Commissioner Seekin yesterday said that, if there is a certain cost to produce that water, you would include that in your pricing. And so if you look at this project, they were intending to take a $56,000 loan. All of the proceeds from those sales would go back to pay that loan back first, which is a direct benefit to the community. But they have balked at that. And my sense is that they have asked the Water Development Agency Commission to develop this well so they would have additional capacity so they could sell outside of their community. And that's not part of this program. That's not the intent of the program. So my recommendation, I think I'm comfortable that let's let this project revert back, expire. And then if they want to come to us at a later date and either reinstitute this project or buy the project outright, they have that option to approach us. But at this point in time, we're tying up the $170,000 for a project that I don't think is going to happen. That's why I've said I'm going to request a reversion of the funds if you don't want to move forward with this project.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Reeser.
are we voting on this now or putting it?
If everybody's done with it, we'll just move on and we'll, I guess, continue to do these as blocks.
I'd be for moving on and leaving it with
Okay.
it. They're not even communicating, We've offered them options. They haven't taken them.
Okay.
Hey,
With
Mr.
that, we'll
Chairman?
move on to Laramie North Tank.
Okay, Laramie North Side Tank Project. This is a project that was funded design only a number of years ago. I'm looking for a date. Was it, Brian, 3 years ago, I believe? 2 years ago? Okay, so 2 years ago. You funded that in the form of $804,000 grant and $396,000 loan, so a total appropriation of $1.2 million. We're ready to proceed with construction, so the requested funding is an additional grant of $7,303,000, representing 67%. We are not recommending a loan for construction because they have sources of loans, or if they choose to self-fund that, but drinking water SRF program is a prime example. So we're looking at a revised total project budget of $12.1 million, of which the grant amount will be $8,107,000, and the loan remains for the design piece at $396,000. Questions?
Would you like to say anything, the sponsor?
Chairman Little and members of the Water Development Commission and Select Water. My name's Earl Smith. I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of Laramie. I'd like to thank you for considering our application this afternoon. I don't have anything specific to add to the presentation, although if you want, I can certainly respond to questions or any of the questions that were asked this morning of other applicants. So.
Questions? You're getting the same question, I think.
Okay. Chairman, our 3/4 inch tap fee or plant investment fee is $3,021. Our water rates include a base rate of $20.80 per month. And we have a tiered water rate structure that begins at $3.76 per 1,000 gallons, and it goes up from there. Our average monthly residential water bill is roughly around $35. So that includes about 5,000 gallons worth of consumption. We did just recently complete a comprehensive cost of service study. The commodity charges will remain roughly the same for about the next 3 years, although the base rate will go up monthly by about $1 per year. When developing these budgets, including the funding necessary to pay for the debt service associated with a project like this, we employ a 10-year financial plan that considers all projects, operations, and so forth. And we also have a comprehensive 5-year capital improvement program that includes all projects, both grant-funded, loan-funded, and those that are funded through our own revenue sources. So, are there any other questions?
Senator Meyer.
Have you guys resolved all your issues with UW?
Chairman Little, I assume you're referring to the golf course.
Golf course, all that stuff, trying to do a regional plan, groundwater, all of the different issues that were kind of out there. Any discussions at all with them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we've been involved with UW's project right now to drill a well on the golf course site. So they're in the middle of that project right now. We've participated with that. We've resolved the other issues with previous rates and billing issues. And we're also in discussions with them about renewing our water agreement with them, water service agreement. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Okay. Thank you.
Chairman, the next project under tab P is the Riverton Water Supply Project. This is a project, a fairly large project, total budget $12.8 million. A number of the improvements, including the water tank, have been constructed, but the piece that's remaining is a transmission line coming from the tank, ultimately heading westerly and then south and connecting back into their system. The project has been held up because they've been unable to secure the required easements as the pipeline route is crossing tribal lands. And so we're asking for a 3-year time extension to allow them time to negotiate that easement and then ultimately construct the project. So, and Kyle's here. Good to see you.
Like to make a statement or anything?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We would like to just take this opportunity to thank the Commission for the funding we have already received for this project. The first 2 phases have been very successful. And might I add, one immediate benefit that we have received from this project is the construction of the Wind River Job Corps facility, which has been a great benefit to our state and our community. And it has just recently graduated its first class of clients. So that's a direct benefit of the funds that we have received from the Commission, and we, again, thank you. Moving forward, we're looking forward to completing this Phase 3 option and appreciate your consideration for this extension request.
Questions for the sponsor? Commissioner Bud Fallon.
So what happens if you don't acquire the easement?
Mr. Chairman. Should we not be able to acquire the easement, we may need to work with our consultant firm to realign the project. This would add a significant cost to the project. I am hopeful that we can work with the tribes that are on the reservation and then also with BIA to secure the easements. But ultimately, worst case scenario, that might be the option we would have to consider should we not be able to acquire this final easement.
Chairman, out of curiosity, how long's the easement?
Mr. Chairman, my name's Dawn Wilhelm. I'm the Utility Division Manager. The easement is 1,000 feet.
Got a question for you.
Commissioner Glick.
What, is it individual trust lands or is it joint trust lands?
Mr. Chairman, this joint land, we have met with the Eastern Shoshone Business Council and also the Northern Arapaho Business Council. We have felt their support for this project. However, there's been some administrative hangups in acquiring the easement. There's also some differing opinions on whether an actual right-of-way application through the BIA is the best course of action or working through a license agreement. And we're working through those details with each of the business councils.
Questions? Okay.
I got another question. When you're trying to do your right of way, are you trying to get it might be best if you go work with them to do a resolution from each side approving it separately, I guess, and then they might be able to let the Bureau get the right of way, maybe not easement, but right of way through there.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate that suggestion and would be happy to explore that avenue.
More questions? All right, thank you. Thank you.
I've been there, but skipped.
Harry?
Chairman, next project under tab Q is the Small Water Project Program. I am not recommending any additional appropriation into this program because you currently dollars. Last year, you approved $313,000 in projects, but I wanted to give you that kind of accounting so that if you do desire to appropriate more funds into that program, this is account one. We have a similar request with regards to account two, but it would give you the decision point now that if you want to put additional dollars in there, you may. So my recommendation is no additional funding this year.
Questions? Comments, concerns? Okay, thanks, Harry.
Mr. Chairman, then the last amendment is the Sponsors Contingency Fund. This was formerly known as the Sponsors Inflation Fund, 2 years ago, through a separate legislation, this bill changed the title, Sponsors Contingency Fund, allows it to be used when the designated budget through your program is ultimately not adequate. And that can be due to bids coming in higher than expected. It can be material costs going up. There's a number of criteria in the new language. And with regards to the accounting, you can see the years where, well, initially this was started in 2006, Sponsors Inflation Fund with a $2 million appropriation. There have been a total of 4 appropriations to that account, and those total $318,000. You have a balance of over $1.6 million remaining. The issue before you is that the authorization for this fund expires July 1st, 2017. I am recommending that you extend the reversion date to July 1st, 2025. And the reason for that, or the reason I picked that date is that then that coincides with your small water project program, so it makes it consistent. At that point in time, you will need to seek reauthorization for both of those programs. So it puts them on the same schedule, which is easier to manage. Questions?
Questions for Harry? Okay, that's it.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes then amendments for level 3 projects.
We like to have a motion then on this block, or?
Mr. Chairman, I guess at this time I'd like to move to accept the director's recommendations on all but the Lance Creek well, and we consider that separately.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we accept all of these except for Lance Creek. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, that leaves us with Lance Creek. Do we have a motion on that? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Todd.
I guess at this time I don't see the value of canceling the project. I would just maybe not accept the recommendation and just leave it expire in 2018.
At this point, we don't need a motion if that's what we want to do, so.
Okay.
We'll just leave it as it is. So, okay. Guess if there's no motion, we'll just move on to level 2 projects.
Chairman, then level 2 projects, we begin with the Bighorn Regional Southern Water Supply Level 2 project. Budget $180,000. This project was brought about by a number of governmental entities in and around Thermopolis. Currently, the city is the main water provider for these entities. And you see resolutions from all of those. East Thermopolis, there's the Owl Creek, I'm getting all of these right. South Thermopolis. Excuse me, Owl Creek Water District. At any rate, Thermopolis is currently the regional provider. These outlying entities are interested in pursuing an alternate source of water, and that would be from the Bighorn Regional System. And what this study will do will look at the feasibility, what infrastructure is required to be built with regards to this changing over of water supply for these outlying districts or communities in that case. So with that number of representatives here, address that.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm Matt Ryan. I'm the Vice Chairman of the South Thermopolis Water and Sewer District.
I'm John Joyce. I'm the Director for the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board.
Schaefer, South Thermopolis Water.
Adams, Board, South Thermopolis Water.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the commission, and the very honorable.
Talk into the mic.
Jerry Geis.
We're not
Thank
gonna
you.
let you off the hook. You're recorded all over.
Thank you for considering our project today. Bighorn Regional is beneficiary of your support over the years, and it's worked out very well. All of these gentlemen, along with others from East Thermopolis and Black Mountain area and the Lucerne Water District, have all approached Bighorn Regional Board about becoming members of the Bighorn Regional Joint Powers Board and being supplied water by them. The board's considered it over the last 8 months and agreed to put in this application with the addition of looking for another supply of water down in this area. Our regional system is about 80 miles from north to south, and our wells are roughly 40 miles away from this area. We do serve presently the Lucerne and Kirby area, and that's getting to be a pretty long straw from our well field down to this area. So this study includes a look for another supply in this area, and we feel that's important to supply reliable water to all of these folks, as well as some of the southern end of the Washakie rural system and the southern portions of the city of Worland.
Questions for the sponsor?
I have a question.
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
So do the areas not served currently not have reliable water?
They do have water served by the town of Thermopolis, other than the Black Mountain area, which doesn't have service at all. The city of Thermopolis had a level 1 report done by you guys a couple of years ago, and the conclusion was that their water treatment plant is a little overloaded, and possibly if they want to continue to use it for some time in the future, they need to reduce the load on it. So by supplying these folks with water from regional, that may help out the town of Thermopolis. Also, that is a surface treatment plant. They get water out of the river. Currently, one of these applicants here, Owl Creek Water System, is under a administrative order from EPA. Their chlorine byproducts, which is a carcinogen, have maxed out the limit. They're over the limit. So that's a difficulty with supplying surface water to outlying areas. The water is in contact with the chlorine too long and forms the carcinogen. So there's a number of issues that they have with their current supply, and so that's what we'd like to address in this study.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Broken Wheel Ranch groundwater supply. This is located in Lincoln County. We have completed a level 1 study for this public water system, just completing that. The next logical step is that we proceed to level 2, and they are seeking additional groundwater supplies. And as the write-up indicates, their well has basically dried up or declined to a very low yield, and they're having to haul water. Recommended, let's see, proposed budget. What did I do with that number? Excuse me. Proposed budget, $350,000. That includes drilling a test well / production well for them. My recommendation is for no funding, and that is based on the fact that they are not a governmental entity. A district has not been formed. However, the last page under this tab is a letter I received from the Lincoln County Commissioners, and it updates you on the status of this group in terms of their forming of a district. The petition has been filed with the commission. A public hearing was held, and they're now currently in a public comment period. That's a statutory requirement that must take place. And then pending the completion of the public comment period, then it will require an action by the commission to form this district. In reading the letter from the commissioners, it would be my thoughts to you that within the next 2 to 3 months, you will see a district being formed. However, per your criteria, we do not fund level 2 studies without a governmental entity being in place.
My name is Doreen Brown Butterfield, and I'm the president of the Broken Wheel Ranch Property Owners Association. This is Commissioner Bob King from Lincoln County. I'll address the ISD issue first. On November 22nd, the county will approve the ISD. There have been no appeals filed to date, and that the date for appeals ends November 17th. On December 23rd, the county will mail out ballots to all of the BWR landowners, and they are taking this on themselves at their expense because we're running out of money because we're hauling water. On January 17th, the balance will be counted and the ISD will exist. Our well is currently producing 1 gallon per minute, and we are serving 20 households, 11 of which are permanent residents. We have gotten very, very good at conserving water because hauling water is costing us a lot. To date, we spent almost $7,000 hauling water, and our entire budget is $29,000. So we don't have much water or much money to deal with this for much longer. We're probably going to have to haul water all winter. And I know that Karen Budfellin will ask our well connection fee. It is $1,000. And any monies we had for emergency funds are gone, just gone.
Chairman? Commissioner Reeser.
When we get to this voting on this item, we could approve it contingent upon the entity being formed by July 1st, before any money is actually allocated. And the reason behind that is it's an emergency situation with a well going dry and that the people in the district are hauling water. So it's not in any way a typical, it's not a self-imposed hardship. It was just bad luck.
Senator Meyer, or Senator Dockstader, excuse me.
With that contingent upon them forming a district, we acknowledge in the wording that it's an emergency situation. And then we address their situation. They're still going to have to haul water for a while. But at the same time, they don't have to wait for this whole process to go through another year.
Mr. Chairman.
Reminder.
And if you guys can get this thing formed before session, then we can put an amendment in the bill that says this line item is, the appropriation is effective immediately as soon as everything's done to complete this bill as an act, which means you could probably have your money so you could start drilling your well 1st of March.
When does session start?
January
January
10th, yeah.
January
Yeah.
10th. Okay, well, we'll
Right,
be
but-
official January 17th.
Pardon?
We'll be official January 17th.
Yeah, so we can do that, and make sure, Harry, that we get that language in there as soon as we get, notice. So, because it is an emergency, we can make some of these appropriations effective immediately, and we won't have to wait till July.
Would greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
More questions, comments, discussion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, the next project under tab U is the Buffalo groundwater supply. Currently, the city of Buffalo is supplied drinking water through a surface water supply system. And they have been approached by the owner of an artesian well 15 miles south of the community with the potential of selling that well to the city of Buffalo. It's as I'm reading from the write-up, 3,809 foot deep well, flows reportedly at a rate of 1,500 gallons per minute with a shed-in head of 270 PSI. The community would like to look at this as a potential alternate supply source for Buffalo. And so this particular study will look at assessment of the well, assessment of the water quality. We'll look at and develop the costs for ultimately piping this water to Buffalo. And the recommended budget here is $180,000.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tim Barrett. I'm with West Westing and Associates. Just a little background. It is an unusual case coming in front of you, normally not looking at existing wells. Buffalo, being on surface water, had always tried to at least sort of groundwater that they could utilize, and the geologic setting they're in is not real conducive to that. We've tried several different things, and because they are surface water, they would like to have a groundwater source, at least to this kind of magnitude. Usually, as you know, under the level 2s are out there, and this is a Madison well, by the way, exploring for Madison water and all of that, and the risk being taken by the commission if you find one that's not very good and the amount of money those cost. This seemed to be a pretty good, at least situation to take a look at it. We've talked to DEQ a little about it and how all this could work. It is very prolific. It's several miles out of town, but it definitely needs a study because we need to prove up the reservoirs there, and usually we aren't finding wells of this nature anywhere closer, some south of their ways. So the idea was to take a study, look at the availability and the quality, and actually do the cost for Buffalo, see if they can economically do it. So it became in front of us because the ranch got the well producing, didn't realize it was going to be that much. They've actually only been able to utilize and get adjudicated about 300 gallons a minute. So they're trying to figure out, it has a lot more capability, probably what are the options, and this turned out to be one of them. So Buffalo then is pretty interested, always has, to try to get groundwater as a backup to some surface water.
Questions for the sponsor?
How far out of Buffalo? How far out of Buffalo is it?
15 miles.
Huh?
15 miles
South?
south.
More questions? Senator Driscoll.
Is she keeping any well share in it at all, or is it just a direct transfer?
Part of the discussions about that is that the ranch does need some water. So without being able to even go that much further, that is one of the requests, whether they can actually show that they need that 300 out of the 15. We're not sure yet either, because it's a recent adjudication that they went through to try to show what the beneficial use could be shown. It doesn't look like they would need that much even, to be honest with you. On the 300, there's some surface water right on the ranch as well. It's not being utilized too, but they are very definitely wanting to keep some share of the water for the ranch operation.
Are they using this for sprinkling hay fields and things like that, this big well?
They have a little bit of side roll irrigation on kind of a small field or two. It is usually a little bit for that. It's kind of how they adjudicated the 300. The rest is
Towards
just,
the Klondike?
pardon me?
Is this out towards the Klondike?
Muddy Gardens.
Be south of the Klondike,
Okay,
just south of the Klondike.
okay.
It's a prolific well, and of course, what we like to do on the studies is from that and some of the testing, we can try to verify, is the reservoir actually that large, and does it capability of perhaps support another well in the future, all these kinds of things. But a lot of that can be deduced from testing, which is what we'd like to do in this study.
Commissioner Good.
It says at the bottom right here, it says, believe that the water quality is good. Did you guys test all of the water?
Not been an EPA test on it. There's been quite a bit of water quality work done because it is now marketed a little bit, and y'all might have seen it as Crazy Woman Water. It's bottled as Crazy Woman Water. And of course, you guys probably know, but bottled water doesn't necessarily have all of the constituents that we look for in our program. So we don't have all of those. We need to do that some more. But it looks pretty good on the.
I was just asking because, might want to find out if there's like arsenic or anything in it first.
Oh, yes. That and this will, part of this is in the study, we will have to get the full EPA suite run, which takes, quite a little time to run it.
Okay.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project under tab V is the Douglas Test Well Study. Douglas currently receives its drinking water from both groundwater, and it has a surface water supply as well. With this request, they are seeking funds to explore for an additional well to supply their system. Budget is $1,205,000. This and the reason for that large budget is because of the drilling program that would be required is part of the budget.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tony Talsted. I'm the city administrator of Douglas. To my right is Tom Brower. He is our city engineer, and I've also brought with me our public works director. So between the lot of us, God willing, we'll be able to answer any questions you might have. I'm sure there might be some questions, so I would just thank the commission for their time and consideration, both in this project and in the past. We've been very appreciative of the generosity and working with us, as well as the help of staff in order to put these together. So we stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Letting them off pretty easy.
Yeah. All right.
Hoping a good opening would work.
I guess that's it.
Chairman,
Oh, Commissioner Bud Fallon.
you were looking at me and smiling, so I thought you'd just answer the questions without listening to me croak.
I think if I remember correctly, your questions are with reinvestment fees. Our current fees are set at $2,500 up to the 2-inch tap. After that, they're negotiated as part of our code by myself. the intention of that was to take into account different factors when getting into larger taps. However, we are evaluating that particular setup this next year as part of our budget. I believe you asked about our current rates also in the like. We do have service charge at $750, demand charge at $24.59, and then commodity charges in two different rates, up to 30,000 gallons is $231 a thousand, and over that is 2.96 per thousand. We do have a repair and replacement fund, and I think you've asked if some of the other in the past we've individually funded different projects within the city. We do that consistently. I believe Tom Brower can speak to a little bit more as he does our design, but one instance is last year we did the entire Richard Street project, which was approximately, I believe, 8 blocks of water and sewer work that coincided with the wideout work on that. So, and we individually funded all of that. We fund almost the mass majority of our in-town work ourselves. So thank you.
Any other questions? Representative McKeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you summarize the reasons for the request, in here you state that the growth in coal, oil and gas, uranium, wind turbine, and pipeline corridors. Now, do all those industries still have a strong presence in your area?
So we have seen a decrease in some of them as can be expected with the downturn. However, with regard to our service population, I tend, my wife's a teacher, so I tend more towards things like our enrollment rates show us staying relatively steady in terms of people. However, we have had some drop off in terms of the energy industry. So, but we still do have a presence. They are still there, but not like they were a year and a half ago. I don't know if I've answered the question appropriately, but there is an off-take, obviously.
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is probably more for Harry, but how many wells is this can we drill with this money? Test wells, or? I couldn't find that on there.
Clarify one well.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Representative Blake, one well, one high production well. Thank you.
More questions? Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the next project under tab W is the First Mesa and State Line Canal enlargements. Project from the Savory Little Snake River Water Conservancy District. And the nature of the project to evaluate the feasibility of enlarging or extending the First Mesa and State Line canals to provide water supply to potentially new irrigable lands and to serve as existing water rights more efficiently. This will also include looking at potential change in the point of diversion for the Woodbury Ditch into the State Line Canal. The proposed budget, $190,000. And I need to point out to you, and the sponsor, of course, will correct me if I'm wrong, but these ditches, canals are not owned by the Conservancy District. They are a governmental entity making application, but these are privately owned canals and ditches. So it's a decision point in terms of whether we move forward with the feasibility study to look at that. Then, of course, ultimately, if you get to construction, these will be construction dollars that would be benefiting private interest potentially. And I do not know the intent of the district with regards to assuming operation and maintenance of these canals at some point in the future, but it's, I think, a point worth discussing. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, that was going to be my first question. What's the value of this to your Conservancy District?
The value of this would be putting water to beneficial use that's leaving the state right now. That's what they would like to study, see if we can open the ground up and bring that water to use. As far as beneficial use, is that what you're, I mean, the hay crop ranching?
Yeah, why are you doing this? Do these private entities just, did they just come to you because you're a public entity and you can apply for the free money?
They came to us because that's the way we do it down there. I guess this is how we've done it throughout all these other listed projects here, is we're the entity that can work on behalf of the landowners.
Mr. Chairman. So are you telling me that all these existing and prior projects, you don't own any of them? So, Mr. Chairman, maybe this is a question for Abby. How in the world are we doing this and not falling outside the constitutional restrictions on spending public money for private benefit?
This has come up before.
Yeah, and this is not a small water project, so this is very different.
Yeah. This was how it was always previously done, and this has come up and skirted the issue of, and I think the office has started to take the policy decision of this is maybe playing with fire and not a great idea and moving away from it. Legally, I think that's probably a good idea. But we've never looked into directly whether you have to own it. And that would be.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Reeser.
Some of these projects, if I remember right, were basically restoring the stability of the Little Snake River. There were headgates involved, but it was stabilizing it after major flooding that had destabilized it all the way through the valley. So I think in those, there's community benefit. But when you get down to a specific individual diversion, I think it's a different case.
Senator Driscoll.
Chairman.
Hold the mic down to you so I can hear you.
Do these canals serve just one individual landowner, or do they serve more? And do they serve under the district or just as an individual?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Driscoll, they serve multiple lands. If you look at the on the application here, the amount of lands that are to be serviced, there's 83 different landowners. And there's 14,500 additional acres that could be put into production.
Chairman.
Some of this is to secure the by rerouting the one ditch into the state line would be the cost to try and put the Woodbury ditch back into service due to the years of the flooding and the events here would be astronomical, as proposed to redivert it and put a different point of diversion, which would entail the enlargement of the state line ditch to continue to service the existing ground down through there.
Senator Driscoll.
I think that answers part. We went down this before, and I'll give my opinion on this internet. We do wells and all kinds of things on smaller deal that the AG's ruled on. But we also on the larger, I fail to see the difference between a ditch that goes through 3 ranches to service a district, whether they be private or other held, as long as we've got a guarantee they're going to be maintained. I don't see a difference in them. I've watched, and I'll name it by name, like at Midvale, we run ditches that run across 8 different landowners. We routinely do it, and the district owns the assets. But the only function of those assets are to serve landowners. That's the only function they have. There's not much difference between an easement or ownership when you have the same end result as far as the use. And the public good is where we're at. That's how we follow the statute. And I don't think ownership's where it's at. Does it have a public value to the public? And I think the answer in this case clearly is yes. We're talking about just previously spending $4.5 million to buy a piece of a reservoir so Wyoming could hold water. What does this do? This creates a valid use of water for Wyoming for users. It's the exact same thing, other than the water supplied by individuals, other than owned by the state. And, you know, I fail to see this. We got into this with our district, and I still to this day can't get it unless it goes starting at one landowner and goes to one landowner. That's different. But as long as it's a district asset, even if it's individually owned, it still benefits the public as a group.
Mr. Chairman, the one canal, the First Mesa Canal, has 32 members that this water is spread across different lands, different owners. However, there's been some past spending, I believe, by this gathering for points of diversion structures because they run out. They blew out of the river. And we had to put a diversion in, and we needed extra funding. So that is a precedent.
Senator.
Maybe you could explain a little bit. And I was trying to recall back from my commission days, county commissioner days, on the difference between an irrigation district per se and a conservancy district. What's the difference there?
Difference is we do not actually have an irrigation district. We have canals that are owned by groups of landowners, okay? The First Mesa, for instance, is one group of landowners. The West Side Canal, the state line, they all service water, take water out of the river and put it to the needs of the ranchers there, okay? Those are the entities. They're formed, they have bylaws and everything like that, okay? In order for an individual, if I understand this correctly, to participate with any funding with the state of Wyoming, you need to have an entity such as a conservancy district to sponsor these projects on behalf of these individual canals and things like that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that a little bit. I don't know if you're finished there, but I kind of get the gist of what you're saying is, so basically an irrigation district, the irrigation district owns all the assets, the canals, the diversions, whatever else, and then people just own shares basically in that. But a conservancy district, you're telling me that the members own everything, but they just come together in order to form some sort of an entity so that they can be accessed like public funding or whatever else of that sort. So what is so that's the only reason that they gather together then? Do they supply funding or anything for the district, or how do they do that?
Mr. Chairman, the conservancy district is formed to deliver the water out of the High Savory. It's charged with the contracting of the high water out of High Savory, which then in turn is delivered to each one of these canals who have shareholders on these canals. So,
Sherman?
Commissioner Hazer.
This is an important issue and it's complicated. It seems to me like they're basically functioning in a very similar way to an irrigation district. We're just handling it differently. And so maybe there's not a different, maybe it's just two different ways of creating the same mix of a taxing entity that's controlling the water, and the landowners are worrying about the individual ditches. So I think we should go, approve this, recommend approval on the study. Like the study itself, it makes sense. In other words, combining irrigation headgates and all those ideas are good ideas. But we should get an opinion from the Attorney General as to whether this setup qualifies or not. If we go to fund the actual structures, maybe it does. I mean, we fund actual structures for irrigation districts. Is this the same thing or not? That's above our pay grade.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Canfield.
maybe this was addressed, but does a conservancy district assess a mill levy on those members of that district?
Mr. Chairman, they do.
They have
Do they in your cases?
Yes.
And they're a legal entity that can assess a mill levy upon,
Yes.
for the purpose of,
Of the conservancy district for the funding of it in order for us to do business.
is it assessed by acre improvements or what?
I believe it's assessed by acres because you can opt in to extend the district if they're, larger than what it already exists.
Everybody within that district is assessed a mill,
Yes, they're,
a levy of some kind.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, what is that levy?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we're 1 mil.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Two things then, just to clarify, it sounds like to me then that the Conservancy District does have taxing authority or levying authority for that. And do they also have ballot initiatives too? I mean, do you put anything on the ballot for people to vote for? I mean, within your own organization, do you vote for your supervisors or directors or whatever? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, the board of directors is appointed by the membership, okay? Elected at the annual meeting for a certain term per member or certain term per board member, okay? That's how.
But the initiative for like levying, do you have to, how's that approved?
Yes, we do have the, Mr. Commissioner, we do have the ability to levy the ground, and that's how we are the ones, that's how the Conservancy District is in charge of receiving the funds from the landowners, which we and then in turn pay our water bill at the High Savory.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Canfield.
you said you received that levy from your Conservancy District receives that levy, not the county treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, the county treasurer collects it.
Okay.
Okay, and then we receive the funds back from it.
From, okay.
Chairman.
Senator Driscoll.
I get all that. I think where the issue's laid, and I hate to wander down it because I may get you guys angry at me, but it's not about taxation or whether they're a legal entity. It's about who owns the asset after the state's invested the money on it. This is where we got into it. And the question is after the state has invested money into a diversion or into a ditch, if it's still owned by a private landowner, is it legal to do that? And we need to decide that because that's going to be a deciding issue, not just for you folks, but everybody is. They do the same purpose, whether they're owned by a district, because there's only one use. If there's a ditch that goes through my place that serves 8 landowners, it doesn't matter if it's owned by the irrigation district or it's owned by me. The same benefit is derived to the public on it regardless, and it only has one use. When it quits getting used, it still reverts to the landowner. And that's been my contention on all this, but this is where we got crosswise with the district. And I think there's going to have to be a ruling on it because long-term, either there's going to be a lawsuit or there's going to be a problem because the districts, in our district's case, they don't want to own our assets. We've been through that on ours and they're the same as yours. It's not the landowners are willing to give it to our district. The district doesn't want to take the responsibility of owning the assets, but they're more than willing to apply and do it and have the public good. And so for us as a body, I think we've got to decide, or with the help of the AG, is it legal? 1, and 2, do we want to do it? And like I say, I hope I didn't anger you because you're on the path to getting what you need, but long-term, your next step's going to die if we can't legally do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Bud Fallon.
I leaned over and asked Abby, and she said it would be possible to do an AG's opinion on this project to answer Ogden's questions, because I think that we need that question answered.
Mr. That's what I got angry last year. They did this. This was exactly what our district had happened to us and got told no.
Mr. Chairman, the way this analysis goes, it's the same Article 16.6, balancing of public benefit versus private. And so it's hard to do a very general opinion on that. You have to do it case by case because the public benefit for each project is different. And so you go through and there's got to be, basically you just can't have the public benefit be hugely outweighed by private gain. That's the analysis. So typically when you do this, it's like small water programs. You come up with a public benefit. And I think the fact finding of this analysis is generally what the commission needs to do and identify these projects. And that at least pushes you away from being in trouble. But I think too, and it's something maybe the legislature could look at and saying, we think this is a public benefit. And that gives also some more support to these types of analysis.
Chairman?
Commissioner Reeser.
And Abby may have told us this before, but for instance, if we are repairing, let's say there's an identical situation where we're stabilizing a stream section, which has general public benefit, and as part of it, replacing a head gate. If the head gate is owned by an irrigation district versus a head gate owned by one or more individual landowners, if the public benefit is because you're making the river more stable and more usable, does the ownership of the structure even matter? That's to Abby, I think.
So you look at, so say if this was a $5 million project and it's benefiting 3 people, and we're not going to own anything and the public benefits are small, you're going to be in more trouble than if this is a $1 million project that benefits 30 landowners and there's stream bed restoration involved. And I think that's why I'm saying it's a case by case basis, because no 2 districts or projects are the same.
Chairman?
Senator Driscoll.
Will AG do unlimited opinions for us as we go through this process?
Will the legislature give us a position?
Excuse me, what'd you say?
Will the legislature give us a position? No, I'll talk to Daniel and we'll look into this project specifically for the next meeting. I don't know that it'll be written by the next meeting, but we can at least look into it.
Yeah, so can we just table this till the next meeting then? Does that work for everybody? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Driscoll.
I think beyond that, we need to develop a policy because they're not going to want to write opinions for 6 per meeting for us. I think we need to go to the AG and say, either help us define it or let us define it, and then you defend us. Because if not, we're going to go down a path that pretty soon they say we're not writing opinions anymore. And if they want to give this body the ability to make the decisions, I'm happy with it. If they're willing to say, here's what the criteria, it's $1 million and 6 landowners, let's have it. But to leave it in limbo, we're going to be tabling. This is probably the 5th or 6th one I've seen since I've been here, and there's going to be more.
As I'd say too, I think we've done this in the past, and most of them are fine. There's a public benefit. It's not completely outweighed by private gain. But in terms of shoring that up, making it legally defensible, I think is kind of the goal. And that would be in terms of the commission making a finding of, if when we get to projects like this, here's all the public benefits we see in this project, and the commission adopts that, or the legislature going in and identifying specific types of projects that might be privately owned, like this district, to where the legislature makes a finding that we think this is in the interest of the state of Wyoming to have projects like that. I mean, the statute's not going to overrule the Constitution, but it at least gives guidance to what we're doing.
Senator Geis here first.
We table this. We go to the AG, or we draft a bill and go to the legislature and we pass it. Then it has to go before the AG to tell you right then and there whether this bill is constitutional or it's not, and they'll throw it out if it's not, and if it is, then you'll have it in statute. So I would say for you legislators to go to the LSO attorneys and draft your bill and put it in this session.
Senator Driscoll.
I'd like to ask the committee if that's something they'd like to have. I'm here somewhat on this issue at your pleasure. And if you guys would like to look at criteria, I think it should come from you with our drafting, but it should come from you. I'm going to be really honest with you. You're one step closer to the ground than us. And if you want it, I'm more than willing to help. If you don't want it, I won't be there.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Adams.
I think I'm in a minority here, but I don't think we need to go down this road. I think Abby's already given us an opinion, whether it's something that is of the public benefit, is on a case-by-case basis. Here we have a conservation district that's been doing this with us for some time. These ditches are owned by stockholders. There's numerous stockholders. I think you said 32. They all pay into the district. I mean, in the end, every project we do for these districts, especially small water projects, they benefit private, but it's under an umbrella of a district. And I suppose if you looked at each one of those districts and the projects we're doing, they're going to be a little different in who owns what and how they're constituted, but it comes out the same thing. I think Abby said if it's a $5 million project that affects 3 private landowners, that's a little bit different than this type of project, which is a broad project, covers a lot of people. They come under the umbrella of the district. I think we have our opinion. I think we have an ability here to make the decision now that it's of the public benefit. I mean, the staff has raised the question, gee, guys, you need to know that the canals aren't owned by the district. Well, that's good to know, but I don't think that stops us from deciding today that this is the kind of project that we've looked at before and approved for valid reasons. And so I think we go into an area doing a bill and an opinion that we don't need to go down. And I think, as Abby said, it's on a case-by-case basis. It's in the purview of the commission. And I would argue that this is a project of public interest, and we ought to go ahead and approve it and move forward. If other projects come down the road that look different, we can take those up. But I think all the staff has done is identify so that we can be a little more careful because of our previous discussions over the past year, the difference between public and private. So that's my thought on it.
Senator, guys. I'd feel a lot better if we had an attorney general's opinion rather than just one staffer. That'd be my way of looking at it.
It'll be the same.
Senator.
Water is property of the state, and if it is applied beneficially, then it is beneficial to the state, and the state is the public. So that's about as broad as you can get. It's a beneficial use of water because it's the state's asset. And so, yeah, it's to the public benefit if water is applied beneficially.
I guess if I could also say, it's this body's, the commission's job is to determine the public benefit. It's like we talked about at the last meeting. I mean, that's something you're constantly thinking and weighing. So I can't go into a legal opinion and like, well, I think this is going to be a public benefit. I mean, that is why this body exists, I think, is to help balance that and weigh it. So, I'm told here's what we think the public benefit is, and then I can do some sort of analysis, but.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Reese.
If I understand what Dave is suggesting, I sort of like the idea. We just have to make that decision on each one as it comes forward to us. If that's the case here, where we're being asked to do a study that will help them design something that'll be more functioning, use the state's water more efficiently, fewer head gates, less work in the river, less impact on fisheries, all those have public benefits. So to me, the study itself, clearly, this is an easy one. So doing the study, I see as a clear public benefit. Now, when we get to a project that is fixing a particular head gate, that's going to be then a different judgment call. But if we're going to go by Dave's method, and I'm leaning that way, I would be for approving this study because it's just like any good study we do, it's going to make more sensible and beneficial use of state's assets.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Seacon.
I'm digressing slightly. I just want to clarify on your sinking fund repair and maintenance, is this $266,000 accurate? And is that what's in the Conservancy District? Is that the Conservancy District's sinking fund?
What page?
And that's on page 4 of 9. So I just want to make sure I know whose money is that?
Yes, that is the, Mr. Commissioner, or Chairman, that is in the district, in the Conservancy District.
That seems, I'm not trying to pick on you. I know it might seem like that, but I'm not. But the Conservancy District has done a lot of wonderful projects and a lot of good work down there. You're to be congratulated. But this, do you have any intention or way to increase your sinking fund? Because you do come to the commission a lot for projects, and for the size and the projects that you do, this seems a little small.
Mr. Chairman, we do occasionally increase our sale of our water and things like that. And that's how we are deriving our sinking fund. Okay? Does that answer?
Kind of. I mean.
What type of increase?
Yeah, I mean,
for
do you
instance,
assess your?
On the high savory?
No, just in general, how do you
Okay,
get?
and this is, okay, on the high savory, our share increase has increased $1.50 over the last 5 years.
Does that all go to the sinking fund?
Yeah, some of that goes to the sinking fund. Some of that is also for future projects that they have identified. And most of the O&M, Mr. Chairman, the O&M is responsibility of the canals themselves. That's built into that. They furnish us with documentation of what they have for O&M on their work. As far as the beneficial use, this is unappropriated water that's leaving the state of Wyoming. If we can run it across the ground, we can increase the water aquifer underneath the ground, which in turn then has late returns back to the river through the alluvial flow of the land around there, which then also benefits the flannel mouth, the squaw, all these other candidate fish on down the river there during the late season when they need the water for their process, their mating and everything like that.
There, guys.
Well, you get 1 mill levy right now, but you could go to the voters and increase that by another mill
I believe,
if you needed to.
Mr.
Or
Chairman,
2 mills, whatever you wanted to go for,
I believe that's possible.
because that's the way it is in Washakie County.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Commissioner Bud Fallon.
So once this study, assuming we fund the study, are you then going to come back to have us actually, the state pay for the enlargements?
To the companies, if they would like to do that, they already realize that there's a cost percentage difference, between the shareholders of the canal and what we could achieve for funding from the state level. So that is what they would have to identify if there's of beneficial use to them. But we do not have an idea what it's going to cost to enlarge the canals, how far they will actually run along there. There's a lot of investigative study to look at there to see if it is feasible. And at that point, then we'll readdress that with the canal.
But, Mr. Chairman, that didn't really, so let me make this real simple. So once this study is complete, then you're going to go back to the canal owners and say, okay, you either accept the recommendations or you don't. I think I can see a public benefit in looking at the canals themselves and seeing if we can do better with the water. I am not convinced that us actually enlarging those canals and the state paying for that work, that outweighs the benefit to the private landowner, because that's who's going to get the water. And I think that's a much harder, closer call than putting some money into a study to see if there's any way we can keep water in Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Geis.
Is this public land that you're going to improve, or is this all private land that you're looking to improve?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's all private.
Mr. Chair, Karen's got a good point. And I think that, no pun intended, falls into crossing that bridge when we get there. I think the study makes sense. And then, as these individual companies want to look at what happens next, that if they want to come to us, that'd be a different analysis at that time. But I do think the conservation district is the best entity to come forward and get a study of the big picture. That's kind of why they exist, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Kennedy.
You know, the discussions we've had historically have been about if the districts own that infrastructure, and we've stayed away from it, we're stepping into a gray area, and maybe we're okay and maybe we're not. But once we start walking into this gray area without borders and making decisions, pretty soon LSO comes back here in 10, 15 years and says, what are you guys doing anyhow? I think we need to set some parameters on that. I think we'll muddle around in the gray area till different people, different commissions. We need to know where we're going with this.
Mr. Chair, my only concern about that, and I'll shut up, is parameters sometimes box you in ways that you just didn't intend to get boxed in. I think it's perfectly fine to be able to look at things with a commission like this, with the input of the select committee on a case-by-case basis. So if you go there, and if you want an opinion that sets parameters, I'd advise those parameters be pretty a way that won't make common sense on some projects. That's
All right. Well, any more questions on this?
No.
Okay.
I have one.
Abby, go ahead.
Do I need to get something ready for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would do
Look into it.
research on it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, next project is from the Green River Rock Springs, Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board. They are requesting funds to do a Wind River zone study. This is a pressure zone in Rock Springs, and they want to look at the potential of increasing transmission and pumping capacity to this particular zone. The recommended budget is $180,000, and Brian is here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the Water Development Commission and Select Water. My name's Brian Zeppi. I'm the Director of Engineering for the Joint Powers Board. The reason the application is before you today is a result of a master plan that the Commission performed for the board. It's one of the prioritized recommendations. Within Rock Springs, the water delivered to the entire area north of Interstate 80 must pass through a single pump station, single transmission system, and then diverge throughout the various parts of the city. So during that master plan, it was identified that that weak link, if you will, is a potential problem and also a limitation on capacity. Most of the growth during the last growth period was within the zone and is projected to continue in the future to grow there. So with that, I would accept any questions you have and appreciate your favorable consideration.
Questions? Aaron, do you have a question? Your typical question? Okay. I already know what that.
Perhaps a little bit of explanation as to who the board is. The board is a regional purveyor. The board owns the systems within each town. However, the operation, maintenance, and delivery of water occurs within each entity. So in the case of water rates, the board is a wholesaler. So we, and I use that term loosely, we wholesale to the customers, and then they deliver with a markup, so to speak, to the customers. And so funds such as depreciation and emergency fall within each of those entities. If this project were to proceed to a level 3, the board owns the system, would be the sponsor of that request. And so the board would go to the city and seek a promissory note for paying for any loans or ineligible costs or things of that nature. So they would draw from those accounts, or the board would take out a loan, and once again, the city would be responsible. So the rates you see in the application are those of the boards. Those are the wholesale rates, if you will. So to answer your question, the wholesale rate to Rock Springs is about $1.22 per 100 cubic feet. The way we apportion those funds into a depreciation and an emergency fund are done on a budget basis. So essentially, we budget for them and build them into that wholesale rate. So you'll see that we fund depreciation to the tune of about $435,000 a year. The account balance is about 8.9 at this time. Those are funds used by the board for board's improvements, of which we're performing some in conjunction with the commission's money. The city is also commissioning their own projects using 6-cent money or their own depreciation funds. For instance, the replacement of a 20-inch line that again is to build redundancy and future volume has been funded 100% from the 6-cent. That project is just beginning the construction phase. It's about $6 million. The city also followed through with the commission's master plan and completed some water quality improvements, and has followed through with distribution improvements that were recommended as well. So I realize that doesn't answer it in the typical way, but I hope that addresses your concerns.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the sponsor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Yep. Chairman, the next project is the Rolling Hills Groundwater Supply. This is a level 2 groundwater exploration grant request. Proposed budget $750,000. And looking to provide additional supply for the town's water supply system.
The town of Rolling Hills has 4 water supply wells that they use, obviously, to meet their demands. And just this past summer, as they were undergoing the level 3 project, by the way, thank you very much for funding that as well. A lightning strike rendered one of their more productive wells inactive. And during that time, they were unable to meet their summertime demands. And so they're looking for redundancy. A secondary goal of this project also is to look to the north side of town for the additional water, because they suffer from elevated concentrations of iron and manganese from the existing wells, and we're looking for a new source that doesn't have those problems.
Questions on this project for the sponsor? Aaron?
Teresa Montgomery, Town of Rolling Hills. Our tap fees are currently $3,500. The average monthly fee is $75 per user. We have 165 taps in town, 3 taps outside of town that are at a higher rate. Our annual revenue is $138,000 at this time, and our annual expenses are $120,000. We do have an emergency fund that approximately is at $244,000 right now, and a repair and replacement fund at $18,500. In anticipation of this project, the town council did purchase a $150,000 CD. Because of the capital project that is just getting completed, we do expect our expenses to go down. The project is just in the final stages at this time, so we have not had a chance to do a rate analysis to see how our expenses are going to go, to see what our differences between our revenue and expenses there. For projects that the town has funded, we have paid for all the non-eligible WWDC portions of that project. We do water quality testing, the operation and operating costs of the system in general, including the chlorine and the power, which the power in and of itself is a large expense for us. With regard to other projects, the lightning strike, at this time, the town has paid 100% for the study of if the well can be repaired and where we're going to go with that. Are there any other questions?
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Charges you get a break.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah, well,
3 times higher than you.
Okay. Okay, that ends level 2 projects. What's the pleasure of the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I would propose, move that we accept the director's recommendations on this block of projects. I would like to pull out the First Mesa and State Line Canal enlargements for a separate vote.
Second.
And the other one.
Actually, before we do that, do we want, on Broken Wheel, the director's recommendation was to not fund that? And I believe in discussion, we wanted to.
I'll amend my motion. Can we pull, I'd like to pull both Broken Wheel
Okay,
and First Mesa out.
okay.
No, that's in the, that's
Fine with the
Yes, that's
second,
fine.
okay. So it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Seacon and Commissioner Rezor respectively, that we accept the director's recommendation on everything but Broken Wheel Ranch and First Mesa and State Line Canal enlargements. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, and so we will deal now with Broken Wheel Ranch first.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
I would move that we not accept the director's recommendation on the Broken Wheel Ranch. Rather, I would put a footnote in the budget bill that says the funds will not be released until a public entity is formed. And hopefully they can do it before session ends, and then the legislature can just delete the footnote. Whatever it is you guys do.
Okay.
No second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon and seconded by Commissioner Werbelow that we approve the Broken Wheel Ranch groundwater supply project pending they become a public entity before session ends. Any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Reeser.
Harry, is there a way to accelerate the process on that because it's a emergency?
Mr. Chairman, so this is a level 2 study, which we retain the services of a hydrogeology firm, hydrogeologist. That is considered professional services, and that does require that we seek statements of interest, requests for proposals. So with regards to expediting this, I don't believe we can do that through the selection of the consulting firm that would do the work. That's a very rigid process in statute. Then we can certainly work with them in terms of moving the actual well drilling forward. Now, I will point out, this is in essence an exploration well that we're drilling. So it will not have a pump. It will not have the connection that generally comes in the form of a level 3 project. And so while we're going to move the project forward, we're still, I'm going to say, at least a couple of years away before this well could become operable and provide water for the community.
Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now First Mesa and State Line Canal enlargements.
Mr. Chairman?
I move that we defer a decision on this project until December. I'd like to, I really like Commissioner Evans' thoughts on this, that, and also what Abby said, that part of our job is to weigh these things, look at the case-by-case basis and the situation as it comes up. But before we do that, I guess I feel like we're standing on a little bit of jello at the moment, and I guess or runny jello, and I guess I'd rather it be more solid jello, information from the AG's office, so that as we're wobbling along in the future, we have a little more something under us. But I'm willing that it is our responsibility, but I guess I'd like a little more guidance, and I think we'll get that provided in December.
I'll second that.
Been moved and second, moved by Commissioner.
It's been moved by Commissioner Seacon and seconded by Commissioner Canfield that we table this until December pending AG's recommendation. Discussion, Senator Cooper.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification for you, that's all. Had my good friend here, Representative Hunt, look up something while we're doing. During the conversation, there was kind of an intermixing between a conservation district and a conservancy district. They're two different things. One follows under Title VII, the other follows under Title 16. So there's two different things. So just didn't want you to get that mixed up, but there is a difference. Conservancy district is different than a conservation district. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Further discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, that's the end of level 2 projects. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
No, you got it done. You want to get that done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were improving the river.
Okay, let's start back up again. On to level one projects.
Seven watershed studies for your consideration. The first of those is the Beaver Creek Watershed Study in Weston County. The proposed budget is $300,000, and I would let you know that in the interim period from last year, I asked staff to look at reducing the budget on these. Again, hearing what the commission has said in past meetings, but reducing the budget while still maintaining what I believe will be a comprehensive review of the watershed, which is kind of, I think, the first step getting back to this discussion of private versus public benefits, so that we have a good idea what's on the watershed, what kind of projects are out there, and then their potential public benefits, which is what you then have to weigh with regards to funding small water projects that may come forward. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on the watershed. If you want to talk about the contents of those studies, then Jody Pring is here to answer questions. Or with that, I think call and see if there are representatives from the various conservation districts that to address you. So.
Would the sponsor like to come up?
How would it smell like, a smile like she's got?
My name's Lacey Sloan. I'm with the Weston County Natural Resource District, and I appreciate you guys considering this watershed study, and I would entertain any questions you might have.
Questions? Like you're getting off real easy.
Well, it's that smile she has, that's what's doing it.
Nothing?
Okay, next one.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, second project, the Bitter Creek / East Flaming Gorge Watershed Study, Sweetwater County, proposed budget $300,000.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Burris. I'm from the Sweetwater County Conservation District. We were trying to get this project authorized, so that we can use it, or in order to do several of the projects that we've do through the district. The land has to have a level 1 watershed study done on them to apply for various projects, and that, in addition to what is in the write-up, is what we're trying to do with this grant, or with this authorization.
Any questions for the sponsor? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Grable River Watershed Study, budget $325,000, located in Bighorn and Park counties.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Morrison, supervisor for the Meeteetse Conservation District. With me is
George Kelso, and I'm chairman of the South Bighorn Conservation District.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Select Committee, and Commission members. Thank you for having us today, and thank you for the recommendation to include us in the watershed study. We've been wanting to get this done for many years, so thank you very much.
Questions?
I got a question.
Commissioner Glick.
Is there the reason you want ask them for extra 325,000 compared to these other watershed studies? Is that because of the DEQ has deemed a portion as impaired?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Ms.
Where's Jody? Jody? I think Jody's in the best position to answer that in that she and her staff have developed these budgets for each of these.
Chairman Little, Select Water Commissioners, I think if you look at, you'll see throughout these watershed studies that there are different budgets associated with them. As Harry pointed out, the staff took a real close look at the scopes of these projects and what each of these watershed studies needed. And this particular one is $325,000. And I don't know that the TMDL has anything to do with that, but it is also the size of the watershed that we need to take into consideration when we're looking at these, because of course, the more land you need to look at and the bigger the watershed is, it's going to take a little bit more money to do that. That is some of the consideration is we do want to look at that TMDL and make sure that we're helping the district be able to comply with that by putting some best management practices into place.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Geis.
Well, you're taking in all the Graybull River drainage with what you're taking in. That's a big drainage.
Chairman, that is correct. It's one of the larger projects I think has happened in the state, notwithstanding what happened in Campbell County.
Yeah.
And correct.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's actually a really fabulous idea to take these watershed studies and look at including additional information or adding additional information for things like TMDLs or whatever it is. These conservation districts and these little groups like this simply don't have the time and the money and the expertise, especially the ones without mill levies, to try to do watershed studies for small water projects and to deal with TMDLs. And the more information we can get and the more cross information that we can give the districts so that they can deal with lots of other issues. It's not just small water projects. I think is a really, really good thing.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, discussion?
I was just asking because maybe it's not even this watershed that's polluting or making this segment impaired. It might be from some other watershed. That's all.
Chairman Little, that could be correct, yes.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Before we go on, it's been brought to my attention that some of the people in the back can't hear us. We've all have nice little handy speakers in front of us, but some of the people in the back are having a hard time hearing. So we don't have any speakers for them. So if we could all kind of speak up here in the front, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead, Harry.
Mr. Chairman, next project is the Hog Island Water Master Plan, located in Teton County, and as the description indicates, it's an area south of Jackson, and it's really a collection of housing subdivisions, segregated tract home sites, pasture land, a large mobile home park. YDOT has their facility located there, which is offices and maintenance shop. And there is at least discussion taking place about a potential new elementary school in the area. So in terms of the level 1 study, master planning the area, looking at what all of these various developments do for water supply, I think it definitely brings in this component, and the intent of the application is to look at how a community water system could serve all of those. So looking at kind of a regional concept, as well as then developing the potential supplies that are there to serve this area as kind of more a planned unit, opposed to one subdivision's developed, YDOT is developed, and taking, again, I think more of a systematic planning view. And so I would defer to the sponsor then with regards to those.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your positive recommendation. My name is Ty Ross.
So we can hear you.
Need to speak up.
My name is Ty Ross, and I am a nominee for one of the Board of Director positions for the ISD. Also accompanying me here is another nominee, Bob Robertson and Corky Stetson with Jorgensen Associates. We also have another nominee here in the audience, David Nally. To my understanding, the only question as far as this level 1 application is the fact that we're not completely formed as of yet. We have been following a fairly regimented schedule ever since we started gathering petition signatures, and we've held to that schedule. And as of yesterday, the election proclamation was published in the local paper. We did have the public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners on the 20th, and the formation petition was approved at that hearing. The protest period followed, and it expired on October 19th with no concerns expressed. In our election proclamation, an election date of December 19th is noted. Assuming that the election concludes as we expect, the Board of County Commissioners, we anticipate, will be signing the order of formation on January 3rd of the upcoming year. Are there any other questions?
Commissioner, this is a good example of sort of the lack of planning sometimes between counties and school districts. And we've seen this other parts of the state. The school district has picked a site here for a new school, and it's going to go forward. It's going to be built there. Whiteout is already nearby. And so here it is, a group of citizens coming in saying, we need a sewer district. So I think we need to find a way for, I don't know how to do it, but with the Water Development Commission, there's better communication or a way to reach out to school districts, particularly before they build new facilities, and say, can we plan ahead? Both, at least for water, if not, we don't handle sewer. But in this case, if these folks hadn't come in and done it, you'd have a school going in and they'd be coming down here in a year or two saying, oh, we don't have fire flows, So fortunately, we're starting to study ahead of time in this case.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Blake.
Thank you. On your project area map, I have 2 questions. Well, maybe 3. Where's the school going to go on that map? Secondly, how much more development can we predict going to happen in that area? And then thirdly, why is it called Hog Island?
I was looking for an island. I know. On your exhibit, from the look on the north, see the highway curves around there, just south of that curve. Whiteout's right there, just south of Whiteout right there.
Okay. And do you think, Mr. Chairman, is there going to be a lot more residents there or commercial or?
Yes, there is potential for significant development. The parent parcel that the piece that the school purchased was cut from, there's essentially, 70 acres left?
There's 70 acres left.
That could potentially be some housing. There is a housing crisis in Teton County, so, and that's another impetus for the formation of this ISD. We think that, and they're also in the process at this point of rewriting land development regulations that could affect this area. So we're hoping that, with the implementation of this ISD, that'll bode well and better as far as development potential for this area.
Why is it called Hog Island?
It's been named, my family, we're pioneers there since the turn of the 19th century or 20th century, but you explain it.
A little bit more of it. Everybody had cows and hogs for a staple, and they just basically let the hogs run wild. And we're kind of on a little peninsula of land. And the only way to get there is to cross the water, to get to us before the highways come on. And
they'd look over and see pigs running all over the place, and like, that's how they go.
Mr. Chairman, back picking a little again. More a policy than questions probably for you folks. Are we starting into the business of being a pre-development planning deal? I'm used to watching us fund cities and towns and some districts. But if somebody wants to develop a piece, do they come in now and form a district with a handful and then come in and get the state to pay for the infrastructure prior to selling stuff? And I think this is a policy deal, and I'm really concerned about it because I think we're going to see more of them come. That you have 10 landowners that buy 1,000 acres of ground and say, let's come in and get a master plan done, and then let's get the water system put in. And then we all know what the ground's worth after we get ready to develop it once the state's put the infrastructure in. It's a policy question. I'm not doing it to put you guys on the spot, but it's policy for us, and I think it's a scary path to go down.
I can address that question. There's about 150 homes right now that have poor water supply. And again, the sewers are fitting right next to the Snake River. And these two individuals were, their grandparents homesteaded there. They've been there a long time. They know what the issues are. And that is why when the school came in, it was ripe for forming an ISD, but we are here to help the people that are there right now. And there are some vacant lands, but there's vacant lands in cities and towns. There's vacant lands adjacent to them. But right now we are here to serve the people there. And it is, the state has drilled 8 dry holes across the river. And we feel that we'll be able to address that issue maybe in the long term to help the people that have been there for a long time.
Chairman, thank you. Great answer. That you got me where it's 150 makes a lot better. I'm still standing where I was at on the other, but the 150, I get it.
Any more questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, your next project under tab F is the Horse Creek Watershed Study. This will be located in Albany, Goshen, Laramie, and Platte counties. Proposed budget is $300,000.
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, committee members, thank you for having us here today. I am Carrie Ellis. I am the district manager for South Goshen Conservation District. And besides being a little nervous, I'm suffering from hypothermia. But thank you for your consideration of our study, and I will take any questions.
Senator Meyer.
The water table is not declining. It's been the same since 1957 with no significant change. There's been 3 hydrological studies that have, basically hydrologists that have confirmed that. And so, it's not a declining water table since 1957. As far as it being, the last 3 years, we probably passed 30 to 40,000 acre feet of water down to Nebraska.
Could you speak up into the mic,
In the
please?
last
Sorry.
3 years, the watershed has probably passed 30 to 40,000 acre feet of water down to Nebraska. That's essentially been a free river without much regulation at all, with the exception of the order of the state engineer on wells. So that's our current situation. I've been trying to get this watershed study ever since we did the small water projects program. And I really applaud the conservation districts for stepping up and doing it. But I think it can probably be a lot more than just looking at that small area around LaGrange. It's going to be the whole study. I think there's a lot of opportunity to get agencies in all of the different irrigation districts up and down Goshen counties, and maybe some things can actually happen up in Laramie County. We're not really sure what's going on up there. So I'm glad that you guys are hoping to get clear up in Laramie County and see what's going on up there too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
More questions, comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project under tab G, second tab G, Lower Laramie River Watershed Study, Platte, Goshen, Albany, and Laramie counties, proposed budget $325,000.
Hi, thank you for having us. I just want to thank you for the consideration of this study, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. My name is Brady Irvin.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor? Got off easy.
Oh, thank you. I'm nervous.
Mr. Chairman, next project, Middle Bighorn River Watershed Study. It's located in Bighorn, Washakie Hot Springs, and Park County. Proposed budget $325,000.
Hi, George Kelso, South Bighorn Conservation District.
Dave Slover, Washakie County Conservation District.
And we appreciate you looking at our application. We have this one and just a minute ago, another one. And what had happened is we have had increasing interest from various parties for different projects, which were basically ineligible to look at anything from the state unless they had level 1 studies. And we had talked at various times with Washakie County about getting a level 1 on the Bighorn because it was a big gap. And then we were also looking at the Grable River. But so we ended up splitting these because they both were pretty large drainages.
Representative McKim.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed that on the area reporting that you have a E. coli impaired waters. What remediation has been done for that? Or has anything been done?
Have done quite a bit. There's been a lot of feedlot movement, a lot of septic cleanup, and they've tried implementing other best practices on the farm ground. Do you want to talk about Sage Creek?
About 3 years ago, Washakie County got approved for the NRCS National Water Quality Incentive Program, or NAQUA. Anyway, we've been working on 2 drainages for the last 3 years, installing best management practices on Sage Creek and Slick Creek. We got some 319 grant money from the DEQ to help facilitate those projects. This past year, both Bighorn County and Washakie County got approved for their NAQUA grant money. And so both counties, it takes time, but we're definitely addressing those issues.
Go ahead. Have you seen a decrease? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you seen a decrease in your E. coli count?
Easy for you to say.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that or not. Our program director would be better. It's an elusive number to kind of pinpoint and put in a certain spot. It's dependent on numerous things: temperature, sediment that's in the creek, flow of the water, the drainages. I can't say that we've seen a decrease. I can't say that we've seen an increase. I think it's going to be years of data before we can see anything, or at least see a trend. We've only been monitoring for, I believe this is our second summer after implementing just a handful of projects. We're still working on these 2 drainages, so I would, think once the work's complete, we might be able to see something in, I'm just going to guess, 10 years. I don't think we're going to see something overnight.
More questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project under tab I is the Niobrara Lower North Platte Watershed Study located in Goshen, Niobrara, and Platte counties. The proposed budget is $300,000.
I'm Heidi Sturman. I'm with the Niobrara Conservation District. And just to update your recommendation in Part B, our renewable mill levy passed on Tuesday. That was on the ballot. So that funding has been taken care of and stabilized some from what we had before. I'd like to thank you for letting us bring this application before you, and if you have any questions.
Questions for the sponsor? Looks like we don't have any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for level 1 projects. What is the commission's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept all the projects, all the director's recommendations on the projects. That's my motion.
Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Werbelow and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we accept the director's recommendations on all level 1 projects in account 1. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the last project / item, count 1, I'd like Greg to come up.
That's the one I was looking at. It's
Okay,
level
our
1,
research
3.
program,
That must be something.
we have under tab
J, a fairly extensive document that lists the proposals that were received as part of the request proposals that were sent out last summer, July?
Proposals.
In August, okay. And with that, I would defer to Greg to walk you through the proposals that have been received.
Thank you, Harry. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Select Water Committee, my name is Greg Kerr. I'm Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming. I'm here today to present you the proposals that were submitted under the fiscal year 2017 Water Research Program. And what I'd like to do is refer you to page 1 at the lower proposal solicitation and receipt, just to kind of catch you up with where we are right now. In April, we started the solicitation of research topics and drafted the RFP that was presented to you. In June, at the June meeting, the RFP was approved by both the Water Development Commission and the Select Water Committee. We moved on then to August, where through my office, we distributed the RFP to the water PIs at the University of Wyoming. And at that time, we had a deadline of October 3rd for proposals on water-related research to come into my office. That was done, and we received proposals on October 3rd. Moving down then, on October, the research proposals during October were sent out for peer review within the state of Wyoming, different agencies, and also around the country to individuals that may have expertise in reviewing the various topics on the proposals. In October, also later October, the proposals were made available to the committee and also to the commissioners online so that you folks could review those proposals before we came to this meeting. We received 6 proposals. We actually received 7 proposals, but one of them was rejected because it didn't meet our criteria. It actually asked for a review of the Wyoming Cowboy football team to see what had happened from last year to make them so good this year. So we got down to 6 proposals for water-related research. On October 31st, our advisory committee looked at the reviews, their own reviews, and ranked those proposals. In your notebook today, we're at the November 10th meeting, and we have the 6 proposals listed in there. We also have all of the proposals short narrative, the non-technical statement of relevance following our process. And also we have the advisory committee deliberations and their ranking for each proposal. If you look at the end of those proposals, there's a table that gives a synopsis of the committee rankings, the amounts that are requested from the Water Development Commission, and the university matching amount next to it. That's on page 6. So the recommendations for ranking by our advisory committee listed actually proposal number A, the first proposal, as number 1 in their ranking. That was developing a framework for estimating groundwater connections to Wyoming reservoirs. If you read down in that particular proposal, the non-technical statement, and as we look into or expanding those reservoirs, one of the important topics is looking at the wetlands. The Water Development Office, Jason Mead, weighed in on this proposal, reviewed it, and feels that it's important to the Water Development Commission and its goal of working with reservoirs, new reservoirs, and providing important information that can be used on current projects and future projects dealing with wetlands and the regulations that are dealt with in those. The second proposal that was ranked number 2 was looking at surface water monitoring and modeling for the sustainable water development of the Casper Aquifer and the Belvoir Ranch, Cheyenne. If you recall, we funded a previous project on the Belvoir Ranch. That project looked at wells, monitoring of wells, looking at the sustainability of the well network, and developing models that could be used to look at that sustainability. This project was felt was important because it looked at looking at recharge in those sustainable wells. So if you look at it, the proposal in essence as stated by the committee was the other side of the coin, acquiring stream flow and stream loss data, modeling to look at recharge where it's at, looking at models that could be used elsewhere in the state in dealing with sustainability of wells, and felt that this one was an important project. The number 3 project that was ranked is looking at proposal C, ranked number 3, numerical simulations of the impact of cloud seeding in the Wind River Range on precipitation, snowpack, and stream flow. Dr. Bart Gertz has been funded previously. This project is felt as important. If you've read the statement of relevance, one of the statements in it is, here we propose to numerically simulate the impact of all past cloud seeding over the Wind River Range, 175 cases in total between 2007 and 2016 on the snowfall. Jenny Cederling, who is the project manager for the weather modification, felt this was important to provide information for cloud seeding and downstream states, because everyone always wants to know, what is the number? What is the actual number that we're contributing to the Colorado River based on information that we looked at in snowpack from the Snowy Range and the Sierra Madres? The Wind Rivers were cloud seeded during that same period of time, but it did not have the scientific study done on those. Rather, it collected data over that time period. And this PI feels that he can look at that data and do numerical simulations and come up with values of how much additional snowpack relates to additional stream flow. Now, one thing that was discussed by the committee was this particular project could come up with positive results, or it could come up with negative results. You don't know. It's a research project, so they felt that this this and the previous proposal that was ranked number 2, they kind of had them on an equal basis, but decided the other project was maybe a little more important than this one, and we've funded this particular person in the past. I won't go through the others. Those 3 seem to be the most important. Number 5, ranking on the proposals, could be either 5-5 or 6-6. They were both, seemed to be weighted similar, but were not felt that they were relevant to the program and what we were looking at. So I'll open up for questions you might have.
Questions for Greg? Senator Buckfallen, or Commissioner
Or moving down, I think, depending on your perspective. Well, the commissioners agreed with me. How much have we funded UW in the past for this?
I'm sorry, for which?
For the whole research project? Isn't that usually around 300,000?
Mr. Chairman, in the past, we've funded between 300 and 400,000. We've been from around 320 to up to real close to 400,000 in the new process. Prior to that, we funded at 400,000 each year.
More questions for Greg?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Meyer.
Yeah, I'm looking at A, and I think that one could be a nightmare. Let me give you a possible scenario that might happen in the future. Let's say that you've established that reservoirs create wetlands. And then somebody comes in there and says, here's this spotted frog right next to the reservoir in the wetland. And then they go in and say, well, you can't drain your reservoir because you're going to affect this spotted frog in this wetland that was created by the reservoir, that if not but for the reservoir would never be there in the first place. But you're going to get into this management scenario where the Endangered Species Act and environmentalists are going to look at the wetlands and say, okay, now we get to manage the reservoir. Not only that, because we've established there's a connection possibly between groundwater and the reservoir. Now we get to manage groundwater for the benefit of the endangered species that just happened to fall out of somebody's lunchbox on their way from New Jersey. So, you know, I can see some really nightmarish scenarios derived by this. You know, I don't see a nightmarish scenario in just the establishment basically of the groundwater connection to reservoirs in that area. But I do see some nightmarish scenarios if you start putting in wetlands around reservoirs, as far as how that's determined with groundwater. Because when you add wetlands in there, to me, that's just a big red flag about environmentalists trying to tell us, you know, what we can and cannot develop. You can't site a road without wetland problems. You can't put pipelines across it without wetland problems. And now if we hydrological have this tool that's available to everybody, freely available, and every environmentalist group in the world is going to say, aha, we're going to use this modeling tool, and we're going to either stop the functionality of reservoirs or groundwater supplies or anything else. I see a total nightmare in this situation when you look at wetlands in this scenario with this study and freely available monitorings and modeling software. But see things that go bump in the night, but I don't think this is one of them. I don't care if you figure out what's going on between and other stuff, but when you throw wetlands in there, Doctor, I think we got a potential problem. But that's just my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, Greg, I appreciate your projects. I think they're a lot better. I just got a couple of outside questions on them for once, not beating on your projects. Cost share percentages, are these kind of in the same range they've been in the past? I see we're were heavier on the commission. I was thinking in the old days, my memory didn't go back very good, but it seemed like they used to be about half and half, and now we're creeping towards putting more in. Is that right or wrong?
Mr. Chairman, under our new process, our USGS match comes in the second year of these projects, so that match will up that amount. Right now, because of our timetable, the way that these particular projects go into the legislative session, we won't know about these projects until after our application for the USGS. So then the next year is when we put in the matching money from the USGS for those projects, and that does lift it up a little bit. So that might be what you're thinking.
Mr. Chairman, follow up, and that answered my second question. I wasn't seeing that other piece of money listed anywhere, and I didn't know if they were rolled in or not there. So you basically answered the second with the first, so thank you.
More questions?
Mr. Chairman. The third project that I don't think we have the money to fund, based on our past funding, relates to the Colorado River drainage. Are there any available funds from the different Colorado River memorandums that could be used to fund a study on, basically if the study shows that the cloud seeding is working, I think that would help us in the long run for getting cost share from downstream states for that. So my question is there some way to bring that kind of study to the attention of the Bureau of Reclamation for some of their funding?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Reeser, we certainly can. I think to date, the Bureau has taken kind of more or less a hands-off approach on weather modification. We've asked for funding for assistance from the Bureau through the MOA funds, if you recall, and they have not funded that. So we can certainly ask. I'm not optimistic in that regards. They just, even though they have identified weather mod as a potential supplemental source of water in the Colorado River Basin, they really have not wanted to get involved in terms of providing funding. So at least in those particular instances.
Sure. One other question. I'd like to hear Jason Mead talk to the issue of the wetlands on reservoirs, because what I remember when we were doing one of the next items up here, Sandy, and one of the things that delayed that a number of years was the issue of raising Big Sandy Reservoir. Would that have a negative impact on wetlands, or a positive, or a neutral? And what I'd like to hear Jason's opinion on whether this study will be a useful tool to him to getting other reservoirs done more quickly.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Select Water Committee, looking at the proposals, I do think it'll be beneficial in future reservoir projects. A good example is Viva Naughton Reservoir, which we're looking at an enlargement on, and our subconsultant West Incorporated looked at really how the water level fluctuated in the statistical analysis from the life of the reservoir to see at what elevations and how long the reservoir were at certain levels throughout the year, and then used literature from throughout the country on what other people saw in relationship to reservoirs. So the information that would be provided by the research project would be that groundwater interaction and different soil types and bedrock types and what you would expect in groundwater mounding as a reservoir is filled compared to when it's drawn down. And you could then marry that with vegetation species types out there and what they, basically how wet they like their feet, their roots, and what, it's almost a prediction tool on if you enlarge the reservoir, which wetlands are going to be flooded out, which ones are going to be sustained, and what can you expect as far as enhancement acres. So it's really an adaptive management type tool to prevent you from having to go in and mitigate acres of wetlands, because you can use this as a tool to predict what's going to happen naturally just by having a reservoir there. So I think it's very valuable.
More questions? Senator Driscoll?
Mine's more of a statement. We're looking at 1 through 3, and I think 1 and 2 are, 1 and 3 are the two projects make the most sense. I'll throw my 2 cents in back to, we put a lot of money in snowpack research, and it affects Colorado. And I realize you did a ranking, but if you had a chance to do me, I'd pick 1 and 3.
Well, we do need to make a decision on this, so if we, do we have a motion? Does the commission have a pleasure on which ones we want to pick?
Mr. Chairman?
Problem with wetlands?
I think what Ogden's saying is the 1 and A and C, or I didn't quite understand what he was.
I think priority 1 and 3. I think he's talking about developing a framework for estimating groundwater connections and numerical simulations of the impact of cloud seeding.
And skipping the.
Am I correct on that, Senator Driscoll?
Ogden?
Yeah.
Skipping
their priority 2.
Yeah, trying to really, the Belvoir Ranch is very specific right there. That's also Aquifer kind of stands on its own. And I think snowpack. Studies has significant findings with them.
Chairman, if somebody hasn't done it, then I would make a motion that we fund Project A and Project C. I mean, I realize that it can come up to the lower downstream states that you're not getting any money out of, or you're not getting any good out of us seeding all these clouds, but I'd rather know it now than we can also stop spending money on the program if it doesn't work. So I think those 2 are the 2 we opted.
Senator Meyer.
I guess I look at it from the standpoint on A, which is the #1 ranking, and if you look at it from the standpoint of when we actually need that type of information, it's probably going to be down the road a while, because as far as building reservoirs, but the Belvoir Ranch over there, we're in this situation over there in and around Laramie that it's in a control area. They're shutting people off. They're having people put meters on their wells. The more we know about that particular aquifer, I think the farther ahead we're going to be. Finding out the interconnection with wetlands and reservoirs and stuff and modeling, that's all well and fine, but we've got a big problem in Laramie County. And the #2 one goes directly to Laramie County. That's a big problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Todd, Commissioner Orwell.
It
was Canfield, excuse me.
If you want to go ahead. I was just going to ask Harry, did we do a study on that Casper aquifer in the past? Or it was in Laramie, not in the Casper area. That's where the study is.
I thought we did some modeling.
Sure. I know a little bit about the Belvoir. I'm sorry. I thought that was answered.
I never got a response.
Mr. Chairman, we just discussed that. I believe there was a proposal on that a few years ago, but I don't know if we did the actual study on the Casper then.
Never did have a study completed though.
Not through this program, Mr. Chairman.
Did the Water Development Commission have a study, but not on the Casper? What was that study? We had a study on that aquifer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we actually had a funded project to look at water resources on the Belvoir Ranch. Its focus was primarily the overlying White River Formation. That's part of the Ogallala Formation. The Casper underlies this. We did drill a test well, I believe, or maybe a couple of test wells into the Casper. And so, yeah, we've done some work off and on, but I don't believe that there's been an extensive work done on the Casper Formation at this location.
Mr. Chair, the Cheyenne is all over the Belvoir. I mean, and it's gonna be a while before they ever develop it, and they're gonna continue to study it. They can afford to do that. We've talked about having skin in the game, and Cheyenne has always funded a whole lot of its own projects, even though it does come to the Wyoming Water Development Commission. So I agree with Senator Meyer, but the good news is, if the Board of Public Utilities wants to study this, it can afford to do it at the right time. So I think if you funded 1 and 3, that might be dollars spent that would get more immediate benefit to the Wyoming Water Development Commission than number 2.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure there was a second
There was-
to,
there was-
so I would like to second Commissioner Bud Fallon's motion.
Okay, then it's been moved and, hold on, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Bud Fallon and seconded by Commissioner Seekin that we approve Project A and Project C, I believe, right?
Already one.
Proposal A and
Priorities 1
Proposal
and
C.
3.
Yeah, which are A and C, I believe, on here, but doesn't matter, whatever. Anyway, go ahead, Clint.
I just, like with number 1, where it says developing a framework for estimating groundwater connections to Wyoming reservoirs. I would like to see if we can add reservoirs and irrigation districts for the groundwater connections. I know the reservoirs provide a lot of the water, not only to the rivers, but to the irrigation districts. And if there was no irrigation districts, there would not be hardly as many
Groundwater.
would be not very much groundwater, plus there would be very much wetlands, I guess I should say. I'd like to see that added along with reservoirs.
Mr. Chairman, this proposal came in specifically to address reservoirs. Any type of changes that would involve looking at irrigation canals or anything would probably take some type of an amendment to a proposal because it might require more funding, more work for the PI to do, and might be possibilities for something in the future, for a future proposal or add on to this.
I'd just like to see that there be attached to it somehow, or maybe a future proposal, because like what's his name, Senator
Kurt Meyer.
Kurt Meyer said that he'd like the reservoirs, don't want to be attached to wetlands, but if we done a study where it shows what the groundwater and the wetlands have to do with irrigation districts, I think that would cover a good portion of what Senator Meyer was talking about. I think that if we have the some kind of study on the wetlands within the irrigation districts, that would help us out later on down the road too, because if we put in rehabilitation, some of the irrigation districts might dry up some of the wetlands. So, there might be a way to show that maybe we'll leave just a little bit of water in certain areas that may be better wetland areas, I guess, that we can increase or decrease or however you want to do that.
Dr. Labonte.
Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Glick's concerns, I believe we've funded a couple of projects that are related to that concept. One of them is actually ongoing now up above Du Bois that is looking at flood irrigation on lands and then looking at how much water is then lost to the groundwater system, how long it takes that water to move from the groundwater system back to the creek. So I think we have some research projects that are getting to that answer that, and of course, they do tend to be site specific, but certainly that's an issue that has been looked at and remains a concern, because I think certainly that groundwater recharge from canals is significant, has benefits. At the same time, when we have projects that are lining canals, what we're trying to do is capture that water otherwise lost to groundwater and move it to the field. So, but there's been a couple of research projects looking at a similar type question.
Mr. Chairman,
Meyer.
I think what it is on this wetland things is just dominoes falling. And let's say the first thing is that they find some reason why they have to have that many wetlands, and they say you have to maintain that many wetlands. And if it comes out that, well, if you drop the level of your reservoirs, your wetlands are going to be diminished. And whether or not there's an endangered species in there or not, somebody's going to say you're going to have a net so many acres of wetlands. That's what they do when you do construction. When DOT does construction, they actually want more wetlands than they disturb and destroy. And so you get a situation where we're going to line a canal and take wetlands out. Then they're going to say, oh no, you can't do that. They're going to move right out on the farms. And start doing that to you, just like they're doing with the highway department and public roads. So pretty soon you can't put in pipelines, you can't line canals. And then it'll get to the point where, okay, you can't even use your reservoir and lower it to irrigate because you're going to destroy a wetland. And then they're going to say, well, you can't pump your wells either. And I get some little smiles and smirks over there. But I tell you, that's the way government works. First, they get the waters of the U.S., and then they start working on wetlands, and we give them the ammunition with free software that says how it's going to impact the wetlands around a reservoir if the water level is lowered or if the groundwater is pumped around the reservoir. And then they got the ammunition and they got the software, and they say, okay, we're going to stop you from lowering your reservoir. I'm going to stop you from pumping your wells, and all the water goes straight down to the Mississippi. That's what they want. They want in-stream flow from the top of the mountain all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And if you think it's anything different, you can forget about it. That's exactly what they want. It's going to be a complete struggle and a fight from this day forward, because that's what you're up against. Now, fortunately, we got a little change in Washington, but that's only going to last 4 years probably. We have a fight on our hands, and let's just don't give them any ammunition for it. But you guys do what you want to, what you want to here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to kill that SOB when it gets to the floor or to the committee, because it's bad. It is just bad. We're just giving them ammunition to cut our own throats.
There, guys.
Well, the thing already, you can see it with all the sprinkler systems going in around the state of Wyoming. Your rivers are drying up, and your drains are drying up, your wetlands are drying up. You don't have to have a study, you can see it right now.
Mr. Chairman, I want to keep the two issues separate between lining ditches, which is some pluses and minuses, versus the reservoir. I'm looking at Jason Mead, who's trying to get dams built. And on a number of these, the wetland issue, it's already there. So if we come up with a good tool to analyze that, it speeds up the process. It saves us from having to mitigate when the mitigations in reality is built in. Any tool like this, sometimes it'll show something we don't like. But if Jason feels that on average it's going to benefit us, I think the sooner we got it, the sooner we can build dams.
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor, a second, right?
Yep.
Okay, and okay, question has been called. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thanks, Greg.
Kirk will have to fight it on the floor.
Yeah.
That's his job if he wants.
Okay, we're moving into account 3 now. Do we want to take a break or just hammer on through?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Harry.
Greg reminded me that as part of the process, these projects are approved by the commission, and then they are also approved by the Select Water Committee. And so I believe there's a need for an action from the Select Water Committee
That's you.
with regards to selection
Well,
of the two
we can take a
projects.
little action. You all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? I don't know where you went, but you got 1, 2, 3. We got a quorum, so. I'm waiting for you to vote. I called for the question.
Well, you need a motion yet, Jerry.
No, we got a motion.
No, we got a motion. You haven't got a motion yet.
Well, and they don't want to do it.
Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the same projects as the commission.
Second. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
It passes. There were 2 noes and the rest of them, 3 noes. Well, you can raise your hands and we'll count that. Raise your hand, those in favor.
I'll change too.
Keep delaying, we're gonna have enough.
Wait for Kurt to get back.
We'll start all over. Kurt, are you guys awake and paying attention?
We're collaborating. We have to decide how to vote.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye or raise your hand.
Better raise my hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I feel bad if it doesn't.
Opposed, how many?
Opposed.
1, 2, 3.
It would have been tied.
It passes.
Tied if he'd been here.
Oh, fair. That's okay. We have one more than you do. You drug us off to your side and then you left us.
Yeah.
Kirk, we'll count you as a no. That's okay.
Okay, that's it then. Thanks, Greg. Okay, do we want to break or do we want to just keep on going through count 3 then?
Let's keep on going.
Okay.
We gotta go. We just gotta go.
Yeah. Okay, dams and reservoirs, level 3 projects.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Which book is it in?
We're in the big book. Keeping on to the next.
We have 4 projects for your consideration for level 3 funding, that is construction. The first project is the Big Sandy Reservoir Enlargement Project. This project is looking at a 5-foot raise on the Big Sandy Reservoir. That would result in an about 13,500 acre-feet of additional storage. We're looking at a total proposed project budget, $8.4 million, of which the Water Development Commission grant at 80%, $6,720,000, and then a loan to the sponsor in the amount of $1,680,000. And Jason, would you like to add some more details or just deal with questions? Okay. So with that, we do have representatives of the sponsor, which is the Eden Valley Irrigation and Drainage District.
I'm Ed Burton, Chairman of the Eden Valley Irrigation District. Thank you guys for considering our project this afternoon. We've done a lot of studies. We've done a lot of work to get where we're at. But our reservoir doesn't hold enough. It's pretty important that we raise it. Our reservoir is capable of holding about 2 acre-feet of water, and our consumption on the reservoir for the irrigation part is about 2.5 to 2 3/4. So every fall we're drained down to the bottom. Our runoff comes the last half of June. So early irrigation is an issue for us. If we can, when our runoff does come, it comes quick. We're spilling at the rate of 250 to 300 second feet. The elevation raise is enough to handle the amount of spill that we're getting for 2 to 3 weeks. The 2 to 3 weeks will increase our consumption by a half acre foot across the board for the irrigation, which fills in the spring that we're short of water. We appreciate your consideration.
Questions? Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 6 of our, it shows like the outline of the reservoir, then the red around. Is that where your increased capacity will be? Is that what we're looking at there?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That'd be the inundation line at 5-foot raise.
And on page 7, Mr. Chairman, could I ask?
Go ahead.
On page 7, what are those two structures there? Could you enlighten me?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the structure on the top is the spillway at the dam, which would be basically the part of the infrastructure that's going to be raised to 5 feet. What you're seeing on the bottom picture is the feeder canal that moves water between Big Sandy Reservoir and Eden Reservoir. There's, I believe, 6 of these drop structures, 6 or 7 of these drop structures in that length where they move water between the two reservoirs. So you can see they're extremely dilapidated, and that's an important part of this project to be able to do the adaptive management measures we may have to do with the inundation of the wetlands with the enlargement to be able to move some of that water at certain times over to Eden Reservoir.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
We handle this as a whole.
Yeah, we'll just handle this as all again. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Chairman, the next project for your consideration is the Middle Piney Reservoir.
Go
Before we
ahead.
start on this, I want to notify you all that I have a conflict of interest on this. So for a new protocol, I will not be participating in the discussion or in the vote on this project.
Okay.
And didn't we vote, Harry, that we'd actually go sit in the audience during this?
Chairman, Commissioner Fallon, that is correct.
Go ahead.
Your new protocol states that your members, where they have conflict, can't participate in the discussion either.
Mr. Chairman.
Unless called upon or correct.
Mr. Chairman, the protocol was that upon declaring a conflict, they will remove themselves from the seating of the commission, move to the audience. They are allowed to provide information that they may have. They may have specialized information about a project, but they are not to advocate for the project. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, this project's located in Sublette County. It's an existing facility that is owned by the Forest Service. We've been working for a number of years with the Forest Service in terms of reconstructing this facility. The Forest Service views it and has determined that there are safety of dams issues. This project is to, and as part of that safety of dams issues, the outlet gate has been locked open. So it's not really functioning as a reservoir. The intent of this project is to reconstruct a portion of the embankment to make it safe, to resolve the CP's issues, and in essence, reclaim that storage that has been lost or is no longer usable by virtue of the operations. The way this is being, the facility will initially remain as a Forest Service reservoir. It's located on Forest Service lands. There will be a special use permit that's granted to the state of Wyoming with regards to reconstructing the reservoir and then ultimately operating that facility. And as part of that operations special use permit, language will be included that states that the intent is that the Forest Service and the state of Wyoming will work at transferring this reservoir to the state of Wyoming. And my thoughts in terms of those discussions, we're going to invest a significant sum of money into this facility. I would much rather have it in control by the state of Wyoming opposed to the Forest Service, and that is the intent. However, when we talk to the Forest Service about this project, the schedule and the timing to work on the land transfer will take many more years than actually reconstructing the facility. So the decision that we have made is that we will pursue the reconstruction of the facility, put this facility back into operation, and then ultimately be able to provide water to downstream irrigators so they can use that. And then at the same time, we will be looking at or working on the future land transfer. So with regards to then the beneficiaries, we have a water conservancy, watershed improvement district that has been formed, sorry. And it will be that entity then that will contract with the state of Wyoming with regards to the water that could be then released and beneficially used downstream. Proposed budget, $12,168,000. We are seeking a 100% state grant on this project because it will be a state reservoir once it's completed. Well, I should say it'll be a Forest Service reservoir, but the state will be in the operation mode of the facility. Questions? And we do have representatives from the district.
I'm Janet Byerman. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Middle Piney Watershed Improvement District.
I'm Gary Reese. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Water District.
Bob Springman. I'm just a member.
Go ahead. I would really enjoy seeing you folks consider this project. I've been owned a ranch that my folks owned since 1960. We was moved to Big Piney when they put in the Potnell Reservoir, and we ranched down there and then moved to Big Piney. There's the nice thing about this project would be is in July and August on a normal year. The last couple of years hasn't been too bad, but in July and August, why those creeks, they just get so low, and it, and just like they were saying, the reservoir, they had to finally lock the gate open because it was leaking so bad that they didn't trust anything, so it just really needs help, and anything you folks could do to help us on replacing that would be real nice.
Thank you. Senator Gaines.
This would really help with the game and fish, keeping the fishery in the lower part of it. They should be helping you sponsor and push this.
They're for it. I think they would.
They're for it. They didn't mention any money,
No, I know that.
but they were definitely for it.
It would really help with the fishery downstream, so.
Representative McKim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just very reminiscent of a small dam we had in our area, even to the fact that they wanted to breach it. So who has liability on this particular dam?
Representative McKim, certainly the state of Wyoming will have some liability as a result of this project being completed. We will be the operators of the facility. I would argue with you that the underlying landowner, the Forest Service, would have liability in that regards. So that would be the two parties that I would see as being responsible for the facility, and hence the liability. Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Harry.
Okay, I wanted to make another comment I failed to point out. And we've talked about NEPA processes a little bit, and this project has been, in essence, in the NEPA review for several years in terms of what needed to take place. But the EA, as part of that NEPA process, or an EA was conducted, environmental assessment, not an EIS. I was party, as well as Jason, to a number of discussions with the Forest Service where they wanted to go down the EIS pathway. And we said, it's an existing facility. We want to make it safe. Is that really warranted? Ultimately, we convinced them that an EA was appropriate. That's what they conducted. Ultimately, so the EA has been completed, and they have issued a finding of no significant impact. And that clears the NEPA process where we can now go forward. complete the design, and we're looking at bids as early as this spring, correct? With construction potentially starting later part of 2017. So this, in my sense, this is really kind of exciting with regards to our dams and reservoir program that we're bringing one to construction here.
Representative Blake.
I don't have a question, but I want to make a comment. I've been going to Middle Piney Lake since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. My parents used to go up there all the time. This road on the picture here, it looks like a super highway from what it used to look like. It used to, when I was a little kid going up in a truck on that road, it used to be terrifying because it was a straight drop off. But if you've never been to Middle Piney Lake, do so. It's probably the most beautiful lake in Wyoming. And I definitely support this project.
That road still is much better.
Any more questions? All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to vote on this so we can bring Karen back up?
Yeah, maybe we do.
I move that we follow the director's recommendation for approval.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Rezor and seconded by Commissioner Canfield that we approve the Middle Piney Reservoir project. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Chairman, if we're ready to move on, then the next level 3 reservoir project is the Alkali Creek Reservoir. Proposed, and recall that it was 2 years ago that we visited this site on our tour. The sponsor is the Nowood River Watershed Improvement District. We're looking at a reservoir capacity of about 8,000 acre feet. And proposed budget, $35 million, of which Water Development Commission grant of 94%, $32,900, and then a loan to the sponsor of $2,100,000. Well, okay, and I guess at this point, I would defer to the sponsor.
Members of the committee, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Geis, really appreciate you working on this project. We went through a tough summer. I know the rest of the state had quite a bit of moisture. We did not. And just to put some numbers to it for you, we had beans and sugar beets that weren't planted because we knew from the outset there wasn't going to be much water. That turns ground that would be making $1,000 up to $1,500 an acre into ground that's making $400 or $500 an acre. We had malt barley for Coors up there that was contracted that didn't make because of the lack of water, and that turns $700 or $800 an acre malt barley into $300 feed barley. So the impacts that we see from year to year are very real to us, and water storage up this drainage would make a big difference. We're fortunate. Our drainage is one of the few in the state that has lots and lots of unallocated water. Unfortunately, we have no reservoirs up there, and it all comes off in the snow melt. And by the middle to the end of June, that water is all in Montana. So a project like this is something that we really look forward to. I guess that's about what I have to say. We've got quite a few people here. We've got 4 out of our 5 board members off of our Watershed Improvement District. The rest of these people are all farmers and ranchers up the drainage and members of the district. They all have their own stories. If you have questions, we'd be really happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions?
Well, I know most of them. They're all pretty honest.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Blake.
the picture on page 6, that's your presumed fill that will be the gold or the blue outline. Is that correct, Jason?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And
besides the barley and stuff, there's going to be some recreational opportunities in this, correct?
That is correct too. It's about an 8,000 acre foot pool, and 6,000 that will be active for irrigation, and then we'll have about a 2,000 acre foot minimum for recreation. 6,000 for irrigation.
Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner C.
And this was just to help me a little bit here. I know we've been talking about sinking funds, with a lot of projects, and I'm not picking on this one, but I noticed the sinking fund, there really isn't any money in there. So what happens with these? I guess educate me or remind me if I have been educated before about sinking funds and repairs, going forward once this project is done.
We're the Knollwood Watershed Improvement District is a newly formed district, and we were formed the end of 2015. So we have $1,000 in our fund so far, and we have not collected any assessments yet from the county. I understand the Washakie County just called and said that our first draft is there. So we fully intend on having a reserve fund, and as we get farther along and find out what our loan payments will be and what our operation and maintenance fees will be, I think the board is certainly intent on operating and maintaining the dam properly, and we'll be putting money in that fund.
Representative Blake.
I'm sorry. I just was curious, cooperation with the BLM, have they been active in this? Could you expound on that for us, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a portion of the dam and reservoir falls on BLM property. Therefore, there's the federal nexus there. And the BLM is a lead federal agency in the NEPA process. They've been great to work with. This goes back to that amendment we were talking about earlier today in regards to them being proactive and trying to gather a lot of information up front, detailed information to try to streamline the NEPA process as much as possible. So they've been good to work with. It's the Worland Field Office.
More questions?
I kind of got a question on the grant loan split. I guess I was always under the impression or understanding that we could only go to 75%, or can somebody explain what's going on there?
Yep. The dam and reservoir criteria is a little different. That was changed. Well, actually, the dam and reservoir program was created in 2005 for this very reason, that trying to build a reservoir is not economical at a 75-25 grant loan. Just, we couldn't get anything built. That was before my time here. So there actually is a statute that allows for us to pay up to 100% grant not to exceed public benefit. And I can give you that statute number if you'd like.
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your little, on it says 6% loan, but down below it says 50-year loan, 4%. That's just, excuse me, that's 6% of the total. Never mind. Slap me.
Okay. Any more questions? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next Level 3 reservoir project is the Levitt Reservoir expansion. The sponsor is the Shell Valley Watershed Improvement District. This is a reservoir that will have a total capacity of a little over 6,600 acre feet. There's a minimum pool of 1,500 feet in this program, or in this reservoir. The NEPA process is underway, and we're also, this is also BLM being the lead agency, different office of the BLM, but still Bighorn Basin. The proposed budget, total project, $41 million. The Water Development Commission grant is 95.9%, totaling $39,319,000, $39,319,000. And then the loan to the sponsor, $1,681,000. And the sponsors.
Chairman Little, Commission, Select Water Committee, Director Labonte, and Director Mead. John Anderson, Shell Valley Watershed Improvement District, and to the right of me is Ron Morency, who tends 2 or 3 of the big ditches in the Shell Valley, and board member Lawrence Griffin. We are working on the ability to pay this loan back, and we'd sent out some surveys to see what our members would be willing to pay. And we started out with $18, $20, and $25 an acre foot in our survey. And of course, the lower amount come back with the highest number. And but even at 25, we think we have enough interest to go ahead and build this reservoir. But we do believe that $25 is the max that they will pay. Right now, as you know, that the commodity prices are at the 10-year low. Livestock prices are probably as low as they've been in quite a while. But we still think that we have the ability to pay back this loan over the next 50 years. It's not about me. It's not about the rest of the board members or the people that are farming in the valley now. This reservoir is about future generations, and it's also about communities. This water has built communities in the Bighorn Basin. We did hear a little bit, I think Commissioner Cranfield this morning hit a little bit on the 10 and 10, the governor's 10 and 10 proposal. You have 4 on the books right now. I think if we don't get at least a couple or all 4 of these built, I don't think we're going to get any built. I'd like to turn it over to Ron and let him talk about some of the water shortages we've had in the Shell Valley this year. Unlike some of the rest of the state, we started out with 60% snowpack and had 0 precipitation on the east side of the Bighorn River. I think all the way to Sundance it was that way. So this reservoir is one that will fill 8 out of 10 years, so it's not a 100% thing, but I think we could have benefited from it last summer. Okay, Ron.
I want to thank you all for meeting with us today. My name is Ron Morency. I've been employed by the, matter of fact, 4 canal companies for the last 19 years administering this water for the Shell Valley. I'm responsible to take care of about 7,300 acres of water, and the water supply is Shell Creek, of course, which I monitor daily and deliver the water to those canals according to the priority water rights. We also have a couple of reservoirs, smaller ones, Shell Reservoir, and then you're aware of Lake Adelaide also, but these are on top of the Bighorn Mountains about 30 miles away. And of course, when we call for that reservoir water, we suffer, according to the state, 28% loss on that water when it leaves the reservoir coming down the mountain through a Shell Canyon, splashing on those rocks and everything. So we got a 28% loss of that precious water already. And then finally, we get it to our head gates, and we got to take it 37 more miles to the final user on our system. Because of the poor snowpack and the looming drought this year, we opened our canals a little earlier, March 28th, and the plan was to try to get some of these pastures and things watered before the established row crops that we're going to plant those row crops to get started. So the plan was to use some of the early water before they needed it, because we knew we were going to have a tough year. On June the 22nd this year, I was forced to shut down because of a junior priority right 260 acres. And then a few days later, on June the 27th, I was unfortunately having to call farmers for 3,700 more acres were shut off completely because of the water right. And that was a 1908 water right. So keep that in mind. And you'd think that a 100-year-old water right or a 98-year-old water right would be secure. June 27th, 3,700 acres went off. On July the 6th, I was forced to shut off another 1,072 acres of farm ground. And then on July 9th, I was forced to shut off another 871 acres of farm ground. That was for a total out of the 7,300 acres that I take care of. I had to shut off 5,903 acres of ground. That was it. The next day, July 10th, we opened up those reservoirs, which allowed us to keep running water in the Shell Valley for about 50 days, but only at a 25% allotment. And so anybody that's ever put water on the ground knows how difficult a 1/4 allotment can be. That was on July 10th. You know what happens on around July 10th? Of course, we know that our corn is knee high now. It's thirsty. It really wants to drink. And guess what? There's no water, or a 25% allotment of water. Now our second crop of hays, the first crop's been cut, second crop of hays starting to grow. It's starting to take a good look at the sun. It's warm. It's perfect. No water, 25%. They're struggling with this. These crops are thirsty. It's not a good time to be at 25%. But that's the best we could do under the circumstances we have. That's why this project is so important. For one thing, it's close by. And we don't have that 28% loss coming off the mountain that we have right now. That 25% that we had with this project would be 50%, because we wouldn't lose that 25% in the first place, 28%. Water now, when we call for it out of the reservoir, it takes 18 hours to get there. That 30-mile ride through the mountains. This will get there in a few hours. It's going to benefit right around 15,000 acres of ground in the whole valley. And that's beside, these numbers, I'm not sure what the Beaver Creek numbers are, but in total, it's going to be about 15,000 acres. We all like to drive around and see these nice green fields, but the fact of the matter is, in the Shell Valley, we don't have those green fields in late summer. And then think about it, the financial part of it. What's a second crop of hay worth? Or what's the second and third crop of hay worth? See, I'm not a farmer. I don't know that, but I just know that people are frustrated when they can't water prime ground because of a drought, because there's no water. What about fall irrigating? I talk to the farmers and they say, well, that's one of the most important irrigations that there is, to get that ground nice and wet in the fall. With what? By then our reservoirs are drained and the system is depleted. Water's like gold. And I think that every effort should be made to save as much and use as much of it beneficially as we could possibly use it. And one way to do that is to construct this reservoir. And it's not just for us. Down the road, 20, 30 years, the friends in the valley are going to say, why don't you take advantage? Why don't you build that thing then? Now it's not 41 million, it's 400 and whatever, hundreds of millions. So any more questions I can answer, anything about the use of the water and what I see personally. And like I say, I'm not a farmer, but I do work for these farmers, and they're a hard-working bunch. They're getting creative, but you can't be creative when there's nothing to be creative with. So I think it's a very positive project that will benefit everybody. Not only that, even the recreation part of it, what the impacts of that. And so that's all I have.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
To approve the Big Sandy Reservoir enlargement, the Alkali Creek Reservoir, and the Levitt Reservoir expansion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Rezor and Commissioner Seacon respectively that we approve the remaining level 3 projects in dams and account 3. Any discussion on that? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, before you go forward, I'd just like to say, I remember working on the Big Sandy enlargement in 2009 with Mike Besson. And feels very good to today approve these 3 projects and also the Middle Piney project, to really see where we're getting 4 new or renovated or improved reservoirs that are actually going to construction at this point.
I want to see some government.
Move the dirt. Yep.
Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Level 2 projects.
Mr. Chairman,
Light at the end.
moving on to level 2 projects. And we have a number for your consideration. For the first 4 of those projects, we're going to deviate a little bit from what we've been doing, and that is what we have again, and then this is specific to reservoir projects. We have a number of level 2 phase 1 studies that are wrapping up or are completed. And so in the first, or in these 4 tabs, first 4 tabs, what you have is, I would call this an update memo with regards to the level 2 phase 1 project. And I asked Tony and Jason to walk you through those projects. But then the consideration for funding is that we are requesting that funding be allocated to move to the next phase of study, which is a level 2 phase 2. But before you do that, I think it's important that you be updated with regards to the level 2 phase 1 studies. So the first one, Big Wind River Storage Project. And I guess my thoughts are that because we have 2 reservoir projects on the Wind River Indian Reservation, the second one being Little Wind, that we handle both of those. Talk about the Big Wind and also the Little Wind concurrently. And Mitch Cutner is here representing the Wind River Indian Reservation. So with that, Tony, I will turn it over to you. Big Wind.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission and Select Water Committee, what you have before you here is a memo, an update memo, as Harry described, very similar to the Level 2 project closeout memos from the Planning Division that you saw earlier this morning. But again, what we're asking for, or what we're giving you here, is an update on the current phase of the project, and then subsequently recommending moving to Level 2 Phase 2. In 2014, the tribes on the Wind River Indian Reservation received funding to do a Level 2 Phase 1 storage feasibility study that would build off of a 2001 study conducted for the Commission. Largely, this Level 2 Phase 1 process conducts state mod hydrologic modeling, screens a long list of sites down to a short list, and then takes that short list and analyzes those sites against one another with a little finer detail in effort to then move to Phase 2 and do more on-the-ground site work and investigation. So we have 2 contracts, 2 projects, the Big Wind and the Little Wind. They're both projects are currently under contract with Tetra Tech Inc. We have 1 state mod model for the whole basin. But again, we'll have 2 reports and 2 different projects moving forward. Once the projects move to Phase 2, they may take different paths as we are, refining the Phase 1 study and looking more at particular sites. So in the Big Wind and Little Wind, we've gone through and developed a state mod hydrologic model. We've confirmed that there are irrigation water shortages. With the considerations of the Bighorn adjudication, we've confirmed that there is still water available to be stored with a current day priority, even taking into account huge chunks of land that are not currently irrigated but have the most senior priority in the system. We took that hydrology and moved that onto the screening process. In the Big Wind, we had a few over 80 sites that were on a long list, mostly because there's been so much study in the past in this basin. There is a long list of well-documented sites, and we have to screen those out in an effort to get to the least environmentally damaging practicable alternative to navigate the NEPA process. So along with our consultants for each basin, we screened down on the Big Wind from 80 some odd sites, and on the Little Wind from 40 some odd sites, down to a short list of 10. Met with the Tribal Water Engineers Office, the Wind River Tribal Water Board, and a couple of members of each of the business councils, and presented both the hydrology data and the screening data to them, and got their input on the top 10 sites. And what we had as a result of that was a short list of 3 sites from each basin to move forward with. In the big wind, that being the Crowheart #1 site, the Willow Creek Reservoir site, and a Dinwiddie Lake enlargement. In the little wind, those sites are a Ray Lake enlargement, a Washakie Reservoir enlargement, and a site called 8240, which is on the South Fork of the Little Wind, upstream of the existing Washakie Reservoir site. We've gone out and done the field visits, looked at the geology in the field, some of the environmental aspects in the field, and we received draft reports on both of these projects earlier this week. We are in the process of getting that draft material over to the Tribal Water Engineer's office to have them review. Our draft results presentation meeting is set for the end of this month, November 29th at the Ethity High School. And again, our recommendation right now is to proceed to the next phase of the project development to further analyze the reservoir storage in the Big Wind and the Little Wind Basin, subject to the completion of the Level 2 Phase 1 report. Both of these contracts are set to expire the end of the calendar year.
Recommendation in front of you for both the Big Wind and the Little Wind projects is to appropriate $475,000 for each one of those to continue forward with Phase 2. That will include additional hydrologic modeling refinement, in-depth geotechnical and geologic field work, as well as wetland delineations, cultural resource surveys, and further economic analysis. So a lot of that field work that Tony mentioned. Then we have Mitch Cotner here to say something.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Geis, members of the committee and the commission, once again, I'd like to thank you for all the effort that we put forward into this project in the past, and we're sure looking forward to it. I was hoping that I'd be here today asking you to move this to Level 3, Phase 2, Level 3, as I was here last year, hoping to move it to Level 2, Phase 2. But that didn't work out, so we're happy to be able to try and move this on to Level 2, Phase 2. The good news is that many of these sites have had extensive studies done on them already, both with this agency and with other agencies. So there's been a lot of groundwork laid to these. I think that the Level 2 Phase 2 study will go a lot smoother and quicker than it did before. Just a matter of observation, when I came to you last year at this time, trying to move this to Level 2 Phase 2, the sites that come to the top then that I predicted are the ones that came to the top this time. So I'm just glad that we can do it, and I really encourage you to approve these recommendations. One other thing for Commissioner Bud Fallon, our assessment is $22.50 an acre, but we don't have any tap fees. But once again, I sure appreciate your consideration of these projects. They're really vital to our area. You heard some of the stories earlier from the gentleman that the reservoir is going forward. Our stories are much the same. In many cases, our irrigation season is done on July 4th. So it's not that the water isn't there. We just are going through systematic drought. We don't have the storage. The water runs past us, and it's gone before we can utilize it. So it's very important that we move forward with these storage studies and hopefully move forward to next year to Level 2 Phase 3. And we can keep moving on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm all for doing these studies and getting them on the ground. I guess my question is there any way to shorten all this study process so that we can get design and construction or not. But it just, I understand this phase study approach, but holy cow, we're spending years studying. And so I'm wondering if there's any way we can take this, your request, and expand it enough so that we can actually move through the next phase so we can get you guys something on the ground.
Agree with that. It does take a long time. As Director Labonte mentioned earlier, it's all in an effort not to get ahead of ourselves, as we saw in Sublette Creek. I think there are ways that we could speed this up a little bit. The level 2 phase 1 and the level 2 phase 2 funding, I think there's an opportunity there to ask for all those dollars up front and then come to you similarly to how we are today, as kind of a check, a project update. Okay, now you can move forward with phase 2, and we wouldn't have to go through the legislative session again to do that. So that's one idea. The second idea, which we already implement in a lot of these projects, is how we typically, if we're happy with the consultant's work that's working on level 2 phase 1, we will ask that we just amend their contract. Therefore, we don't have to go through the entire selection process. That saves time and money because we've got that institutional knowledge on the project. We don't have to train somebody else up on hiring a new consultant. So there's ways to do that. I don't know if going from a phase 2 and also adding in phase 3 dollars, because of the simple fact that when we get to phase 3, that's when we require an entity. So it's kind of a natural stopping point to allow them to form their entity. So, but yes, I agree. We need to speed these up as fast as we can, and we're doing our best to do that. So
I hope that you're going to look at the new operating criteria that we've drafted and make some of those comments in there so we can move these along faster. Because I just think these entities, like Mitch's entities and some of these others, are waiting way too long to get something on the ground.
Representative McKim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who will answer this, maybe Harry, I'm really not sure, but the BIA, I know you're eligible for federal funding there. What phases of the projects are you eligible for funding?
Mr. Chairman, there's very little funding available through the BIA, as it's been evident through 2 bills that are before Congress right now. And one is called the Drift Act, and the other is called the Irrigate Act. In both of those bills, there are funds set aside to rehabilitate Indian irrigation systems in 16 projects throughout the West. That's the Irrigate Act. The Drift Act is another one that is to help in rehabilitating and building storage sites on reservations to help prevent flooding incidents. So those are two bills that you can put on your radar where money could become available to the tribes for storage, because there are language in each of those bills that would allow usage of that money for building storage on the reservations.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Canfield.
For Mitch, will that money become available when we reach level 3 on this, or is there a pretty assured?
Mr. Chairman, the Drift Act. Mr. Barrasso is one of the conferees on that conference committee, so we're very encouraged about that. Once those funds are passed, it'll be a few years before that money gets into the pipeline. But like I said, there are funds and language in those bills for storage. So there's a possibility that could be put to the front if there was funds and available to build storage. I know in the Irrigate Act, Senator Barrasso and his staff specifically put in language that those funds could be used as matching funds to state funds, and it specifically mentioned WWDC funding. So we're really hopeful that I talked to the Indian Affairs staff just a few weeks ago, and they're hoping to move this forward in this legislative session. So we're really hopefully that'll come to pass.
In a few years kind of worries me though.
Mr. Chairman, if you look at our irrigation system and if you look at our reservoir system, a few years is a step forward, many steps forward. So we've been waiting 100 years for this.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Motion that's fair.
Shall we just do them in a block again?
Yeah, we could.
Let's just do them in a block.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
The next project, I believe Commissioner Werbelow is declaring a conflict on.
So I'll get sit down.
Okay.
Just so everybody knows.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Graybull Valley Irrigation District Storage Enlargement. Currently funded is a level 2 phase 1 study that is wrapping up, and the recommendation before you is to proceed to level 2 phase 2 with a $300,000 budget, and then I'll turn it over to, pardon me? Oh, sorry, I can't read. Maybe it's time to call it quits. $500,000 budget. Thank you, Tom. But I'll turn it over to Tony now to give you an update on the project.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and Select Water, what you have before you is a very similar memo update that you saw for the Big and Little Wind projects. This one is in regard to the Graybull Valley Irrigation District Storage Enlargement Level 2 Phase 1 study. This study was funded through the 2015 session. So this is one example of us trying to move these projects forward as quick as we can. And we started this in June of 15, so it's right on track and moving forward. A very similar scope to the level 2 phase 1 studies on the Wind River forks, hydrology, site screening, alternatives analysis, very similar scope. In this case, with 3 existing reservoirs that service the district, justifying the purpose and need, identifying those irrigation water shortages that still exist and the water availability that still exists was at the forefront of the phase 1 study. The state mod model was completed. There are in fact still shortages. There is in fact still water available for a new appropriation in the basin. Also with the Graybull Valley Reservoir Roach Gulch EIS that was completed in 1994, there is a lot of existing information on the alternatives. We were able to use some of that information to almost shortlist our shortlist. And what you have before you in the results portion of that memo is the outcome of our site screening process. Came up with 3 top alternatives that shouldn't surprise us. Enlargements to existing facilities in a practical thought should be the least environmentally damaging as opposed to building a new facility somewhere. So we've got enlargements to Lower Sunshine, Upper Sunshine, and Roach Gulch listed as our top 3 alternatives there. And again, a phase 2 study would come after this, focusing more on environmental field work and mitigation measures, geotechnical investigation, more detailed designs and cost estimates. for this project, we're currently reviewing the draft report with the district manager and the board members, and we'll have we're actually having a presentation on Tuesday of next week at the Burlington Fire Hall to present the results of the study to the district and the public. And our recommendation in here is to, again, move to level 2, phase 2 to further analyze those storage alternatives for Graybull Valley Irrigation District. So we've got Tom Laidlaw from GVID here.
Mr. Chairman, Graybull Valley Irrigation District wants to thank the commission for its cooperation in all its past and present district projects that you're involved in. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Do we want to go ahead and move to approve this one or disapprove it or whatever we want to do so that Todd has to come back?
Yeah.
Should we say?
Mr. Chairman, I will move that we approve the Graybull Valley Irrigation District storage enlargement as recommended.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Canfield and seconded by Commissioner Seekin that we approve the Graybull Valley Irrigation District storage enlargement phase 2. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Note 1 recusal. Harry?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, continuing on, and you've talked about the Little Wind storage project, so I'm going to move to tab Q, which is the New Fork Dam enlargement. Again, we have a level 2 phase 1 project that has been funded and is nearing completion. Yeah, okay. Nearing completion. And we're wanting to move this ahead to level 2, phase 2, proposed budget $450,000. And with me here is Andrew Lynch in our dams and reservoir section. He might be new to some of you, but Andrew is going to give you the update on the current project.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commission members, Select Water. My name is Andrew Lynch. I work in the dam and reservoir section. I have Zach Noble here with me from the New Fork Lake Irrigation District. And I just wanted to give you an update on the project here. 2 years ago, we asked for $300,000 to do a level 2 phase 1 study on this project. RJH Consultants was awarded the contract, and so far they've done a great job for us. The original contract amount was $296,000. The project is substantially complete. We had a draft results presentation meeting at the district or in Pinedale last month, or was it September? It was September, and we have a draft report, and we're wrapping up comments on that and should have it done here in the next month or so. To give you a kind of an update on what we did on the project, their existing dam was built in the 1930s, so an enlargement here would not only address shortages in the basin, but it would also take a look at that aging dam infrastructure. As usual, the task in this level 2 phase 1 project included hydrologic modeling, alternatives analysis, conservation scenarios, environmental impacts, geotechnical and structural aspects, and economic implications. As explained earlier, this level of study is intended to be a broad-based approach to determine the magnitude of irrigation shortages with the hydrologic modeling and to find the least environmentally damaging practical alternative that a future 404 permit with the Army Corps of Engineers would require. Once the study determines these things, the remaining project tasks are designed to identify any other fatal flaws that could halt the progress of the preferred alternative. The state mod hydrologic modeling is complete and showed that a 9,400 acre-foot enlargement of the facility could reduce the average annual shortages in the irrigation district. The alternatives analysis examined 12 storage concepts at 8 different locations in and around the district. These were evaluated on numerous criteria to assess their ability to meet irrigation demands and associated environmental impacts. The goal being to identify the top 3 for further analysis. The top 3 were lowering the inlet at New Fork Lake, raising the dam at New Fork Lake, and a combination lower inlet raised dam at New Fork Lake. The other storage concepts that we evaluated did not rank as high, mainly due to environmental impacts related to wetlands and their ability to serve the district and meet all of the shortages. As you may know, the New Fork Lake is a naturally occurring glacial lake, so therefore we have the unique opportunity to effectively enlarge the facility by lowering the inlet, the intake structure. No fatal flaws were encountered in the structural, geotechnical, or environmental analysis as part of this study on the top 3 alternatives. Additionally, the economics evaluation and the conceptual design support feasibility of additional storage for the district at the New Fork Lake site. Therefore, it appears this project is technically feasible and likely permittable. Further analysis is recommended for the preferred alternative to gain a better understanding of project risks, requirements, costs, and benefits. The recommended level 2 phase 2 project would focus on bathymetric and topographic surveys, hydrologic model refinement, environmental refinement, a geotechnical investigation, alternative refinement, and continued coordination with the local community and appropriate agencies. The Water Development Office recommends proceeding to the next phase of project development to further analyze the enlargement of active storage in New Fork Lake, subject to the completion of the Level 2 Phase 1 report. Go into the recommendation.
My name is Zach Noble, and I'm representing the New Fork Lake Irrigation District. I just want to say thank you to all you guys. I know how uncomfortable these chairs are, and I really appreciate what good civic-minded people you are, and we're glad to have you guys here and doing your great job, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Wagner.
Zach,
Yes.
what crops are grown?
It's native grass.
Native grass. And follow up, please.
Go ahead.
I see here that you have $1.50 an acre assessment and $20 per landowner.
That's correct.
I don't quite understand that. $20 deal.
Some of them live in a subdivision and they don't necessarily have an acre.
So it's just $20, a set fee for every member. And then if they don't own an acre, they don't pay on that. So, but everybody gets the $20 assessment. There's 94 members, and that's the way we do it, I guess.
Thank you.
More questions? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ready to move on. The next project is the State Line Dam Enlargement Phase 2. This is a project that was an outgrowth of our Meeks Cabin Dam Enlargement project that was funded a couple of years ago. It's still underway. And in the alternatives analysis for Meeks Cabin, it showed one of the alternatives, practical alternatives, was to also look at an alternative to raise State Line Dam, an enlargement there. And so the district, I think, in wanting to move the project forward, has brought a separate application for a level 2 phase 2 study for looking at State Line Dam. The proposed budget for that work is $300,000. The Meeks Cabin study is not yet complete. It's nearing completion. And we would anticipate that we would want to move into level 2 phase 2 activities for that study. But So with regards back to state line, then, I do not believe that we're ready to move forward with level 2, phase 2 for state line. It's, I think we need to finish the level 2, phase 1 study on Meeks Cabin, which will give us a lot of information about the state line facility. And so my recommendation here is to not fund this project. It's not that I don't believe that it's a good project and a viable project. I just think that we need to let's finish the Meeks Cabin study. And so I would fully expect that this application would be before you next year at this time. And at that time, I would expect to be making a favorable recommendation for funding. And with that, Andrew's the project manager, and Ken Fackrell here is with the sponsors.
I just want to make one real quick comment, Mr. Chairman. State Land and Meeks Cabin are both Bureau of Reclamation facilities, so it's very similar to Big Sandy. So as we would move forward with this project or Meeks Cabin, we would move into a technical service agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation, just very similar to what we did on Big Sandy. And on Meeks Cabin, we already have those dollars in place from the original appropriation, $300,000 to move into a technical service agreement. So once we're finished up with the study, we'll plan on bringing that agreement to you guys to look at before we enter into that agreement. It's not a contract with Bureau of Reclamation to continue looking at their facility. So just wanted to add that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, members of the Select Water Committee, I'm Ken Fackrell. I manage Bridge Valley Water Conservancy District. Harry's done a good job of explaining this. We're just here to try and maybe get that reconsidered. It was kind of unexpectedly the State Line Dam ended up sort of the second alternative. We didn't know it would come out quite that way, but in the essence of time, we were hoping to get State Line also considered for this technical service agreement with the Bureau to get to the point that we have a technical analysis done on both dams at the same time, so our directors would know where to go from that point, and everything could be done in relationship to determining if there's any fatal flaw with either facility to be able to move forward. So in that respect, unlike some of the comments, like Commission Member Fallon just said, is there any way we can speed this up? Well, that's what I'm here today, is hopefully maybe somehow we could get the study with State Line attached with the study at Meeks Cabin with the technical service agreements with Reclamation. They're both similar facilities. They're very close to each other. They're in basically about the same sort of geo area. I think it would be reasonable and prudent and maybe cost effective. I think the Bureau could do them both, cheaper to do them both at the same time rather than do one another year from now. So we were hoping to maybe not have to wait on, once we get an answer on State or Meeks Cabin, we wouldn't have to wait another year or two to get an answer on State Line and try to get them done at the same time if it's possible. So we appreciate the opportunity to visit with you about that. I appreciate the work you're doing.
Chair, is it, Harry, this may cause more trouble than it's worth, but is it possible if we approve this project subject to the condition that it doesn't commence until the current report is completed and recommends removal to this level, so that instead of waiting until July 1st, 2018 to start it, maybe it would be able to start sooner as this other project wrapped up? Or does that cause more trouble than it's worth?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Evans, my recommendation here was largely based on discussions in front of the commission. And I recall Commissioner Fallon stating that we want to finish a study before we start the next forward. And so that's the basis of my recommendation. I'm hearing kind of a different approach today of let's move these projects forward faster rather than, slower or taking our time. And so I could fully support this project with regards to this appropriation, recognizing that we need to finish the Meeks cabin study, and then we would have those dollars appropriated and we would be ready to proceed. It will save 6 to 9 months on this project in time. And so, again, I was kind of reacting to past discussions of wanting to finish what we're working on before we move to the next step. But
Well, Karen's not here. If anybody wants to remind me of what she said and why, I'd be glad to consider it, but.
Make a motion.
Well, I'll move then that we approve this, subject to the current project being completed and that project recommending a move to this level.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by Commissioner Evans and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the State Line Dam Enlargement Phase 2. Discussion on the motion. All those.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Excuse
Lloyd.
me. We have 6 level 2 projects here. New storage and enlargements. And is there any kind of a wild guess of what type of funding is going to be required to move these into a level 3 construction phase? Because we've used up $96,000 of our $157,000 balance on these level 3s and another 8,000 down here. And I'm just curious. I mean, that's real life is where are we going to get the funding? Is a select water committee ready to refund that level 3 account, or?
So,
and how many projects should we be pushing forward when in reality we can't build all these projects?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Terry.
So I don't have a number for these projects. I think we have the dollars in terms of estimated construction cost. I don't, Jason, if yeah, we certainly don't have one for State Line because that's a newer project in the system. But here's what I would say to you with regards, do we have funding to build all these projects? If you ask that question with the funding we have today, the answer is no. But at the same time, and this, I don't know how this sounds, in terms of the current revenue situation for the state of Wyoming today, I don't believe that if you sought additional appropriations for construction on these projects today, that it would be successful. But I have lived in Wyoming for 35 years, and I've watched our economy boom and bust a number of times through there. And so my thoughts to you, you're looking at projects here that I think could very well round out the 10 and 10 projects. And I would not want to foreclose or stop the planning work to get us to the point where we have permits, because we don't know what the funding situation for the state of Wyoming will be in 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, or 10 years down the road. I would think that we ought to be moving forward and refining these studies, getting to the point where we have the defined and preferred alternative, that we know it is a feasible project, and we will do everything short of maybe designing and constructing these projects. And then the request will go to the legislature that there is additional funding needed in account 3. And gas and oil, coal even potentially, those revenues will change. I recall back to 2002 where the state was dealing with some revenue shortfalls at that time. And then lo and behold, the price of natural gas skyrocketed in the 2000s, put us in a revenue situation where we created an account 3. So I would encourage you to go forward aggressively with the planning, and let's put these reservoirs to the point where we're asking then the legislature in the near future, we need additional dollars to construct these facilities. And at that point, we have the planning in place. To stop now, if we get 5-10 years down the road and suddenly we've stopped the planning and then the funding becomes better, a funding picture for the state becomes better, then we're looking at several years or more to complete the planning effort to get to where we're ready to construct. So I think we move forward with planning efforts on all of these projects, hoping, and I guess I'm saying from experience, the revenue picture will improve at some point in the future for the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope so, and I hope you're right, but do we want to keep bringing more projects on board, another six, and keep spending level or account 3 monies? How many are we going to study? We've got 20 some out there. We're spending, we could build another reservoir with what we're spending on studies, on too many studies.
Well,
at some point.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think that's a good question to ask. We have about 15 reservoir projects, and I'm counting Sublet Creek Reservoir in that total. That was, again, the action this morning and my recommendation that was really not a viable project to move forward. There will be other projects that we declare they are infeasible for various reasons. And so I think you have to have a larger number of projects moving forward if we're to ultimately achieve this 10 and 10 set of projects.
Thank you. I'm not going to be here to see it. But I think the commission has to, really think about that, how much we can just continue studying and let's get something built.
Well,
and Terry, you're right. I agree we can't stop studying either, but there's a limit to.
Well, the problem I see with your suggestion, Floyd, is that we don't have another reservoir ready to build. It would be nice if we did, but we don't. So we need to study them and get them to where they're permitted and ready to build. So, it's just the way it is. So.
Question.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jim. Mr. Chairman, the next project, and actually the last project on today's agenda, West Fork Reservoir Phase 3. So this is Phase 3 is design and permitting of the facility. The actual appropriation, clear back in 2013, was approved in the amount of $7 million for design and permitting. And this project, unfortunately, sits below a very famous, but I guess now defunct copper mine, the Ferris Haggerty mine, which is contributing copper to Ferris Creek, Ferris or Haggerty Creek, excuse me. And so we have spent the last couple of years in a fair amount of work looking at this copper issue to make a determination that will this copper accumulate in a reservoir downstream, and ultimately will there be periods when a reservoir turns over that copper is suddenly released to the stream and the reservoir will be viewed as the copper problem in this drainage. And I think where we're at today is that we do not believe that will occur, and so we're ready to move forward with the design and permitting. What has happened since 2013 is that the appropriation had a 3-year life, which is typical for our planning studies. So the remainder, what we've spent on the copper and additional modeling and refinement of this alternative is about $800,000, and that work is complete or ongoing in terms of a contract. But the remainder of that appropriation, which is the $6,220,000, has expired. And so my office, the commission, we no longer have authority to obligate those funds. And so this request is to reauthorize that money in a level 2, phase 3. Because it's expired, we can't extend that date. It has to be a new appropriation. But as Andy told you yesterday, that $6.2 million is now credited back into Water Development Account 3. And what I'm asking you here today is to reappropriate that back to level 2, phase 3 for this project. And then we will go forward with the permitting and design. And of course, Jason is more familiar with the project. This is a project we toured 4 years ago, 2013, so 3 years ago. So I think you may recall some of that. I think a viable project. Nevertheless, we have some hurdles to face. It is partially on Forest Service lands, but I guess I'm anxious to move forward with, again, the permitting and design of this facility. And we have representatives from our sponsor who have been patiently sitting here all day to get to this project.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, Bob Davis with the Conservancy District President and Conservation District Member, and Mary Waldron with the Conservancy District Member and Conservation District Member. Here to answer hopefully any questions.
Okay, thank you. Senator Meyer.
This is going back, I guess, to the tour. If I recall, there was an impacted irrigator that had a canal up on top of that ridge, and wondering whether or not you've come to terms with the irrigator who was impacted negatively, and what that resolution was, if you do have a resolution.
So Mr. Chairman, you're referring to the Belvedere ditch, which is the only ditch above the West Fork Battle Creek site. And what we've done since then is looked at the hydrology. The reservoir would be built under present day storage right. So everything else is senior to this new reservoir. So we'd be following Wyoming water law. They'd be allowed to divert what they've can divert under their water right. And that's pretty much the resolution.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I recall when we were up there that there was going to be a large minimum pool. There was going to be mitigation water going down Colorado for the Colorado cutthroat trout or something. I guess those were two things that they're the minimum pool, and it seems like you have 14,000 acre feet for water. At the time we did the tour, I recall that the total storage was around 14,000 acre feet, and you're only really going to have a firm yield of about 5,000 or 6,000 acre feet for irrigation. So I'm wondering where we're getting the differences in the numbers, because these numbers look like they're double from what we had when we were on the tour.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure the 14,000 you're referring to, but
We're on page 3 of 7, Romanet 3, pertinent information, subsection B3.
Yeah. So the 14,000 acres is the water that's currently sold to the Savory Little Snake River Water Conservancy District out of High Savory. The West Fork Battle Creek site is currently being looked at an 8,500 acre foot reservoir. And getting back to your original question, Bob Davis reminded me that this reservoir would be filled in the spring, early runoff. So it's during the free water situation. There's a lot of water in the creek. Our hydrology modeling actually shows there's plenty of water to fill the reservoir and for the Belvedere ditch to basically fill their capacity of their ditch at the same time. So anyway, getting back to your original question, 14,000 is what they're currently getting out of High Savory.
Chairman, now this 7,000 is just for design, and I recall it was going to be something like somewhere around 70 million more for the construction. Is that right?
That is correct. That's the current estimate for construction.
So we're looking at somewhere around a $80 million price tag, guts and feathers and everything. And are you going to have a firm yield of 8,500 feet? Because I thought there was only going to be a firm yield of about 5,000 acre feet.
There's a 5,000 acre foot active pool for irrigation. Of that, we see with our updated modeling, hydrologic modeling, and part of the work that's been done over the past several years is doing some temporary stream gauging, both in Haggerty Creek and Lost Creek, which is a tributary that comes into Haggerty Creek at the West Fork Battle. Those will both be supplies to the reservoir. That shows that our original 8 out of 10 year yield went up with that refined information to about, if I recall correctly, it's in the 4,000 to 5,000 acre foot range. And then we've got the minimum pool for the public benefit, as well as what we're calling a fisheries pool. Yeah, and we do have the cutthroat trout in this drainage. So if we can augment the creek down below, that's an additional public benefit and an environmental benefit for the project.
About $16,000 per acre foot.
If you're looking strictly at the 5,000 acre foot irrigation, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Bill?
At one time in discussing this area, we were talking about having a state acquire the land around the reservoir, as you're talking about on the one over in Suffolk County. Is that still a possibility here?
And we are still considering that. We just recently met with the Corps of Engineers to discuss what they would require for 404 permitting. Really an attempt to determine who can be the lead federal agency. It's looking like the Forest Service will probably be that lead federal agency because of the minimal impact to aquatic resources associated with the reservoir site. So that leads us into kind of determining how we're going to approach the Forest Service, which we're doing now. And the two options is to go look for or apply for a special use permit and leave the reservoir on Forest Service property. The other option is to enter into a potential land exchange where we either purchase private property from willing sellers or look at state sections that state lands might be interested in swapping with that property under the reservoir, the Forest Service property. The benefit to the land exchange we see is you may not have to go through an environmental impact statement, but it's also a lengthy process to get through a land exchange. So we're trying to weigh the options of what's going to be the best route forward. So we're kind of preparing those options so we can go sit down with the Forest Service next.
Mr. Chairman, in thinking this, in balancing those options, I think a land exchange not only solves the immediate problem, where you own the land, so the impacts are not on the forest as much. But let's say 10 years, 20 years, 50 years down the road, there's some change in management or of the reservoir or desire to enlarge it or potential recreational uses on it. The state's fully in control of all those changes. And so I think you're putting $80 million into an investment. And I just think it's safer if the state ends up owning not only the land under it, but some reasonable area around it for future expansion.
I would agree with that. It's very similar to Middle Piney, how we're trying to pursue the land exchange there as well.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we've got the Big Wind project, the Little Wind project, the New Fork Lake Dam enlargement project, and the West Fork Reservoir projects, which we have not approved yet. So we will need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve those projects you just stated.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Werbelow and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the remaining level 2 projects in account 3. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passed. And with that, we are done.
You don't want to stay and continue? Mr. Chairman, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, you do?